House resumes and debate continues. Yes, I recognize the Honorable Cozier Frederick, Honorable Minister for the Environment, Rural Modernization, and Kalinago Upliftment, and member for the Salibia constituency. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the 2021 budget before this Honorable House, equally as the member of the Salibia constituency and as the Minister responsible for Environment, Rural Modernization, and Kalinago Upliftment. I must add that I am humbled to serve our country in this capacity, both as a proud descendant of the Kalinago, who were the first inhabitants of this land, and someone who also shares a lineage with comrades of African descent. I dare say that the heritage of this country is deeply rooted in the Kalinago experience. I lend full support to the Emancipation Day, which is expected to be celebrated tomorrow, and also the upcoming World Indigenous Peoples Day on August 9th. Most importantly, I stand here to illustrate that I'm part of a team ready to participate in a progressive discussion on matters of socioeconomic and political importance. This will therefore be done through a knowledgeable understanding of my country's history, so definitely not a naive perspective, but based on a series of evidence supported by data, and so definitely not on fragile emotions. The Salibia constituency. First, I would like to make it very clear that the Salibia constituency comprises two very distinct communities which function under two different local government structures. There's the Kalinago territory, which consists of 8 hamlets: Badaka, Sineku, Maho River, Golet River, Sensi, Salibia, Kurish River, Tuna, Concord. And it is governed by the Kalinago Act of 1978. And I also represent the Atkinson village, which consists the hamlets of Atkinson, Kalinago name Waraka, and Antrizal, and this community is governed by the Village Council Act of 1954. I must also add that the entire Kalinago territory is communal land, while Atkinson comprises privately owned lots. This therefore makes it very clear that development will be taken or undertaken differently in each area within the present structure of our government system. With this knowledge and appreciation of its uniqueness, I would like to thank the members of this constituency for affording me the opportunity to serve them at the highest level in this country. The Ministry of Environment, I will illustrate, is clearly not a congestive ministry. I must admit that the Ministry of Environment, Rural Modernization, and Kalinago Upliftment is charged with distinctive portfolios which include mining, natural resources, environmental management, forestry, beach control, national parks, conservation, solid waste management, sanitation services, rural modernization, constituency empowerment, the National Employment Program, apprenticeship, mentorship, and Kalinago upliftment. The above portfolios are currently being administered by staff within the ministry, the Forestry, Wildlife and Parks Division, the Department of Constituency Empowerment and Kalinago Affairs, the National Employment Program, and the Solid Waste Corporation. These departments will draw on $61.8 million in the current budget before this Honorable House. I wish to salute the committed members of staff of all departments, especially those who have endured my persistent interrogations as I sought to understand the task I was afforded in building a dynamic Dominica. In such a short space of time, they were able to understand our roles within the ministry, and I expect nothing less than an honest day's work. They all know that I will talk the talk and walk the walk, especially when it leads to the rural villages, across dump sites, walk through the pristine forests, over the hills and valleys, and through the rivers that the ancestors protected with their lives. Environment. A great leader once said, "To waste, to destroy our natural resources, to skin and exhaust the land instead of using it, is so as to increase its usefulness or uselessness, will result in undermining in the days of our children the very prosperity which we ought to right-hand them down, amplified and developed." Under the specific section of this ministry, I would like to highlight the work of the Forestry, Wildlife and Parks Division, and that of which commenced with the Environmental Coordinating Unit. I would like to underscore that the sum of $37.3 million is allocated for environmental coordination and policy, and $2.3 million for management of forests, wildlife and parks in this budget. I will begin this conversation with the Forestry, Wildlife and Parks Division, which has been a pillar institution since its establishment as the Dominica Forest Service in 1949. It is important to highlight that the current priorities of the division remains in tune with its original intent and with the present ideals for building a dynamic Dominica and the engendering of the first climate-resilient country. This is especially true as the work of the division involves reforestation, disaster risk management, rehabilitation of trails, lumber salvaging, eradication of invasive species, sustainable utilization of forests, wildlife and national parks, soil and water conservation, public relations and environmental education, enforcement of forestry, wildlife and national parks legislation, research and monitoring, administration of the National Trail, the Waitukubuli National Trail, and upgrading and developing the infrastructure, institutional capacity, and resources for implementing the division's mandate. As a nation seeking to achieve rapid economic growth in an era of climate change, the government continues to be committed to promoting reforestation and afforestation. Mr. Speaker, both of these approaches provide multiple benefits to our people and the environment, and will also contribute to the effort to keep global average temperatures under 2 degrees Celsius. Mr. Speaker, sections of our forests have systematically been damaged over the years for the purpose of farming and for the production of lumber to be used in the building industry. During Hurricane Maria, it was further devastated, and so as a result of this high level of deforestation, the government of Dominica has embarked on a strengthening of natural resources and watershed resilience project at a total cost of $500,000. This project has 3 components. Component 1, Mr. Speaker, entails forest planning, which speaks to the places for planting and the varieties of plants as per the specific geography, while also focusing on areas for increased forest density and plantations in barren lands. Mr. Speaker, it also seeks to build an awareness and provide training programs for villagers, farmers, and all citizens so that they can live in harmony with the nature around us. Mr. Speaker, component 2 aims to regenerate the bio-network in increasing resilience to soil degradation, increase carbon capture and carbon appropriation, while at the same time having better and regular rain cycles that will improve forest biodiversity affected by human interactions. All of these efforts are to reestablish the ecosystem and the natural habitats and to contribute to the normalizing of our planet's environmental imbalance, commonly referred to as climate change. Component 3, Mr. Speaker. The beautification aspect is designed to improve the aesthetics of communities across the island, with particular emphasis on planting flowers along the roadways. The beautification aspect is ongoing and is evident in the trees along Scott's Head, the Rosa River Promenade, the E.O. Libla Highway, Chimit, Layu, Mero, Portsmouth along the Michael Douglas Highway, from the Boulevard from the Indian River through Bay Street into Lago and 1 Mile areas, born through the communities of Dodan, Kalibishi, Woodford Hill, West and Marigot, along the East Coast, from Buitika to Delices. Mr. Speaker, another key aspect of the project is the replanting of fruit trees in public spaces with particular emphasis on school compounds. This is in an effort to support the Fruit Day as an initiative of the Ministry of Education, Human Resource Planning, and Vocational Excellence that encourages each student to eat fruit at snack time on that day. Mr. Speaker, in order to achieve these goals, this government has embarked on the construction of 8 nurseries. Each nursery is designed with the capacity to produce an estimated 10,000 seedlings per month. Mr. Speaker, the intention is to produce 320,000 healthy seedlings over a 6-month period. The nurseries are near completion. Grand Bay, Capuchin, 1 Mile Portsmouth, Marigot, Bells, Tuna, Concord, Kalinago Territory, Delis, and Soufriere. During the last fiscal year, a number of trails and facilities within the national parks and ecotourism sites were rehabilitated, along with maintenance works to the tune of $318,000. For example, Bowling Lake Trail, 2 3/4 miles of trail, rehabilitated, and a major staircase at the entrance of the Bowling Lake was reconstructed. Meadham Falls Trail, approximately 3 miles of the trail were rehabilitated. There was vegetation management and the construction of drains from Cochrane to the Meadham Falls and from Providence to Meadham Falls. Work was done also, Mr. Speaker, in the Mont Diablote Trail, 1.2 miles to the summit of this trail was cleared from debris of Hurricane Maria, fallen trees, overgrown vegetation, etc. The trail is now accessible. The Freshwater Lake, vegetation management and drainage were completed on the entire trail surrounding the lake. Bury Lake, vegetation management and drain realignment were carried out on the trail. Cabbage National Park, vegetation management and drainage were carried out on the east and west Cabbage trails. The trails leading to the commander quarters and the parade ground. Mr. Speaker, there was also extensive work done to reconstruct bridges at 3 major sites. The entrance and exit bridges at the Emerald Pool, 4 bridges and 1 crossing along the Syndicate Nature Trail, 3 bridges along the Freshwater Lake Loop Trail. A total of 68 people were employed during the rehabilitation works, Mr. Speaker, at the various sites. This is because the rehabilitation of trails and eco sites and facilities created opportunities for trail contractors, skilled brush cutter and chainsaw operators, and unskilled laborers around the communities in close proximity to the ecotourism sites. This financial year, Mr. Speaker, the division will receive another $500,000 for the continued rehabilitation of the trails and facilities within the national parks and ecotourism sites. The Environmental Coordinating Unit previously obtained funding under the Global Environmental Facility, fifth replenishment, commonly called GEF5, to implement 2 projects. The first project is the supporting sustainable ecosystems by strengthening the effectiveness of Dominica's Protected Area System, SSE, and the second is the Low Carbon Development Path, LCDP. For the last fiscal year, the Supporting Sustainable Ecosystems project saw many achievements in both the development of reports and capacity training for various government departments and community groups. Consultants were able to produce 4 community resource management plans, CRMPs, which identified conservation strategies that address critical threats to biodiversity and ecological functioning in the communities of Trafalgar, Pont Cassé, Bellevue, and La Plaine. These plans, Mr. Speaker, focus on land ownership and land use, meaning subdivision structure, infrastructure, and utilities. Also soil conservation measures, historic data on weather and impact, land resource, habitat, flora and fauna, and threats, coastal resources, water resources, socioeconomic assessment, historical and cultural resources, and other emerging challenges. I must add at this time, Mr. Speaker, that the government is presently in the final stages of reviewing the Climate Change, Environment, and Natural Resource Management Bill, 2018, expected to come before this Parliament. And this particular bill will allow for the establishment of a Department of Climate Change, Environment, and Development, and will administer a Climate Change and Environmental Fund. The primary objective of the SSE was to highlight climate change risks and to advise on climate change adaptation options to targeted communities in close proximity to the Mon Trapito National Park. A revenue generation feasibility assessment was also completed with the overall goal to support in strengthening management of the protected areas at the systemic level by improving management, effectiveness, and financial stability of the protected area system. Mr. Speaker, the first draft of GIS maps was also produced by a GIS specialist, displaying estate lands surrounding the national park, for example, large estates, protected areas, state land, settlements, and other lands. There were also maps for land use, including agriculture, human settlement, infrastructure, commercial, and the National Trail, flood hazard and landslide susceptible areas. Maps were also done for utilities and commercial activities, catchment and access routes, and also a topography map. Mr. Speaker, additionally, a capacity building GIS training was offered through workshops to community farming groups to teach farm mapping and general location using an online free app, Kobo Collect. Mr. Speaker, the project also offers a livelihood support component, which offered assistance to farmers in and around the buffer zones of the Mount Wapito National Park, who were severely affected by Hurricane Maria. To date, $465,000 has been dispersed, and a further $120,000 is being processed for disbursement. The project will receive more than $500,000 this year. The Low Carbon Path, the LCDP, Mr. Speaker, aims to remove policy, financial, and knowledge barriers to renewable energy and energy efficiency technology. The LCDP project intends to achieve these objectives through three main components. Component one, institutional and technical knowledge, awareness and capacity for energy efficiency, EE, applications and renewable energy technologies, RETSs. Component two, policy measures and enforcement of EE applications and the RETSs. And component three, Mr. Speaker, funding options and mechanisms for the EE applications and the RET diffusion. Mr. Speaker, one activity of the project is to conduct pilot energy application and renewable energy technologies in public areas. To that end, 6 sites have been approved for the intervention: the Dominica Infirmary, the St. Cyrus Center in the Carlago Territory, Monrachet Emergency Center, Isaiah S. Thomas Secondary School, Portsmouth Secondary School, and the Sansover Primary School. The installation, Mr. Speaker, at these sites are to ensure that the main buildings can maintain use of electricity and telecommunications in case of power outage, and will therefore be conducted to supply the main administrative building at each site. Mr. Speaker, the project will also include energy efficiency interventions at the financial center. Mr. Speaker, the estimated cost for this project is $483,000. Presently, the procurement process is ongoing, and it is anticipated that the project will be completed in the last quarter of this year. This year, the Low Carbon Development Path, promoting energy efficient lighting and solar allocation, is over $2.6 million. Borrow a quote from a prominent politician describing rural modernization to begin the conversation. It relates very simply. Modernization is not an abstract thing. It is a very specific task. Rural modernization, as a significant constituent of the ministry, is rather self-explanatory. This is because it clearly seeks to explain and take on the process of transformation within our rural communities all across the country, from Capuchin in the north, to Grand Bay in the south, Colliho in the west, and Carlago Territory in the east, and all the villages in between. Within an academic definition, modernization in itself refers to a model that shows an advanced shift from a pre-modern or traditional to a modern society. Within this context, Mr. Speaker, the Disaster Vulnerability Reduction Project, the DVRP, the National Employment Program, Constituency Empowerment Department, and Solid Waste are all very important institutions. This is because they will definitely contribute to the transforming of the physical landscape and human capacity within our emerging towns and villages. In last year's budget address, the Prime Minister stated that the DVRP's overall project budget was $184 million. Since then, Mr. Speaker, the DVRP has advanced the project implementation of 11 major sub-projects under its portfolio during the last financial year. As a result, a total of approximately $6.4 million was expended as part of contractual obligations. Mr. Speaker, entering into this 2021 financial year, the DVRP portfolio now stands at $221 million. Following additional financing approved for completion of Phase 1 East Coast Road project to the tune of approximately $34.5 million by the World Bank. As a result, Mr. Speaker, of the massive investment by this government through the DVRP, I wish to spend some time in giving details on this project and intend on unearthing major aspects of this giant. First, it must be emphasized that the DVRP is aiming to reduce the vulnerability, natural hazards, and climate impacts in Dominica. I'll repeat for clarity for the Senator Joseph. The DVRP is aimed to reduce the vulnerability to natural hazards and climate change impacts in Dominica. This is specifically undertaken through major investments in resilience, infrastructure, and also through improved hazard data collection and monitoring systems. In advancing efforts to meet the objective of the project, the following noteworthy achievements were realized in 2019-2020 financial year. Contract award Phase 1 of the East Coast Road, Segments 2, Wadiab to Castle and Segment 4, Castle to Hatton Garden, new works Castle Bay and San Sauvé, acquisition of LIDAR topographic and bathymetric data for the entire island, commencement of construction of building to house the Dominica Met Office, construction of the forestry nurse in Port Cassé, supply and installation of National Hydrological Network, establishment of a National Geodetic Control Network, development of a Dominode spatial data sharing platform, and the procurement of seismological equipment and instruments to strengthen the existing seismological network. Mr. Speaker, I wish to provide a more specific summary which will provide a glimpse of the numerous achievements under the DVRP for the financial year 2019-2020. This will be done by component and by sub-projects. Component 1, Mr. Speaker, specifically deals with prevention and adaptation measures and includes Phase 1, entitled East Coast Roads Project. In the last financial year, the procurement activities associated to this major sub-project advanced considerably. Mr. Speaker, with the completion of the final set of drawings in July 2019, the DVRP launched the bidding process with the issuance of requests for bids for Phase 1, Wadiab to Castle, Lot 1, Lot 2, Castle to Hatton Garden, and subsequently the receipt of bids this past January. Phase 1, Mr. Speaker, will realize the full rehabilitation of approximately 30 kilometers of roads in the Castle and Salibé constituencies, carrying an investment of more than $126 million. Fragmented between lots on the basis of cost. Segment 2, Wadiab to Castle, contract value is $47.3 million, or 37% of the contract amount, with Segment 4, Castle to Hatton Garden, carrying the larger part of the contract amount, which is $79.4 million, or 3% of the Phase 1 contract value. Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasized that works will include extensive slope and landslide stabilization, flood mitigation activities along the entire corridor, bridge protection and replacement, expansion of the road width, and mitigation of river erosion along the road embankments. Mr. Speaker, it is anticipated that at least 800 jobs will be created in the first instance, along with an increased need for housing, for food, for merchandise, for transport, for healthcare and entertainment along the East Coast. This will therefore stimulate much needed economic activity to offset the negative impact of the COVID-19 pandemic.
You have, Honorable Minister, 30 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, another key activity associated to the East Coast Road Works is the amount of contract for the provision of supervision during the construction. The engineering firm will work in collaboration with the Ministry of Public Works and Digital Economy, and this specific ministry will provide overall support and the necessary clearances and instructions during the implementation period. Mr. Speaker, working through the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, the government has commenced compensation for the affected landowners along the project route for a value of approximately $5.4 million. Based on the unique land tenure of the Kainago territory, the land payments will be made for the Kainago Council, while the crop compensation was made to individual land users. The total investment for the sub-project, inclusive of works, supervision services, and land acquisition, is $134.8 million. Mr. Speaker, in May 2019, the project was engaged to construct a large storm drains at Castle Bruce and Sanseville, respectively. The original contract value was $2.3 million. However, due to underwater infiltration during continuous soil erosion and land degradation, approval was granted to include additional works estimated at almost $500,000. The original scope of works, Mr. Speaker, concluded this February, and the additional works were completed last month. Component 2 takes into consideration capacity building and data development, risk management, and evaluation. Mr. Speaker, during the last financial year, the DVRP made significant progress on the activities related to the establishment of hazard monitoring systems, capacity building of key technical officers within the government services, and development of data platforms that will include climate resilience across the sectors. A total of $1.1 million was expended. Mr. Speaker, in this financial year, 2020-2021, the DVRP is expected to spend $8.4 million in respect of honoring contractual obligations. The specific activities being implemented under this component, Mr. Speaker, the construction and supervision of the forestry propagation facility at Pocasset, supply and installation of hydrometeorological network equipment, training and technological assistance for the development and support of the Dominode spatial data sharing platform, construction and supervision of the Met Office and associated works, establishment of the National Geodetic Control Network, and the later terrain and bathymetry data acquisition, analysis, and modeling associated support systems. Mr. Speaker, in the last financial year, the DVRP dispersed $64,000 for completed design for the forestry propagation nursery facility at Pocasset. The approved design layout portrays 3 buildings: propagation building, operation building, hardening building, and estimated cost of construction is approximately $1.9 million. At the close of this financial year, bid evaluation commenced, and it is expected that works will proceed shortly. The budget for the construction of the nursery facility allotted from the pilot program for climate resilience, PPCR, grant financing from the World Bank. At the end of January, Mr. Speaker, the project also entered into a contract with YSI Incorporated in an amount of $2.8 million for the supply and installation of National Hydrometeorological Network. From this amount, Mr. Speaker, over $250,000 was spent in the financial year. The balance on this contract will be paid based on the execution of deliveries over an 18-month period. Mr. Speaker, the Hydrometeorology Network is designed to collect and provide real-time dissemination of information to include flash flood early warnings through a web portal that will be operated by the Dominica Meteorological Services. The proposed network will see the erection of approximately 44 weather stations comprising of water level stations, rainforest stations, and automatic weather stations. 2 of these systems, Mr. Speaker, will be installed in the towns of Portsmouth and Roseau, respectively, and fitting neatly within the framework of rural modernization. The remaining systems will be distributed across specific communities of Bells, Loda, Cochrane, Cassibruce, Picard, Marigot, Trafalgar, Springfield, Belvis-Chopin, Cahum, Collyho, Campbell, Daly Siege, Zirodel, Paybush, Monjon, Woodford Hill, Monrachet, Salisbury, Scottsbed, Granby, Bakers, G-Mead, Kenfield, Macrushry, Hampstead, Syndicate. Yes, yes. The initial contract execution period was expected to be from April 2020 to September 2021. However, there's a bit of a delay based on the COVID-19 restrictions. The Met Office, Mr. Speaker, to support project partners we involved in the long-term maintenance and monitoring of investments made by the DVRP, the Ministry awarded a sum of $2.2 million to ACE Engineering for the construction of the new meteorological office in GMIT. ACE Engineering, $2.2 million, Met Office, GMIT. Works, Mr. Speaker, works commenced last September and is expected to be completed by this September to provide the dedicated officers of the Met Office with a comfortable working environment. Mr. Speaker, allowances have been made to place equipment required for the maintenance of the hydrometeorological network in the building, and the cost associated with the construction, design, and supervision is $45,000. Mr. Speaker, there was also a light detection and ranging sub-project, LIDA. And the scope was to acquire aerial photographic imagery for the country. Upon completion, the data will be used to assist with improved disaster and climate resilience through activities including rehabilitation of infrastructure, development of tools and modeling systems, supporting engineering skill analysis, and coastal and hydrological processes throughout the island. Based on the contract, this outcome will be achieved through the collection of high accuracy, high resolution airborne LIDAR topographic data, airborne bathymetric and LIDAR data, data analysis and data modeling, including the development of high accuracy terrain and biometric models for the use by government agencies. These models will include processed sensor data in GIS and CAD and engineering usable format, as well as specifically derived analytical products specific to shareholders' interests. Mr. Speaker, the total contract for this investment is over $1.9 million, and all deliverables were completed during the last financial year. Mr. Speaker, it must also be said that the DVRP came to the aid of other key project partners in the last financial year through the procurement of computer hardware and software. More specifically, computers were procured for the Lands and Service Division to facilitate the National Geodetic Control Network, the Dominant Spatial Data System sharing platform, and overall support to achieve their mandate. Mr. Speaker, this investment in computer hardware for that particular division amounted to over $22,000. The contract for consulting services to complete the establishment of the National Geodetic Control Network undertook necessary training and provide general geodesy, that is the accurate measurement of the earth. Support for network functioning became effective on April 3rd, 2019. Mr. Speaker, the main objective of the consultancy was to support the Lands and Service Division with the ongoing installation of a national geodetic control network that will provide a basic definition and realization of a modern geodetic reference system for horizontal and vertical control. In terms of implementation, Mr. Speaker, the contract was completed on time with no cost overruns. Mr. Speaker, the overall investments for this activity was over $118,000. Mr. Speaker, the DVRP has an element also dedicated to prevention and adaptation, and therefore undertook the West Coast Water Storage Tanks project. Under that component, there was the construction of 8 water tanks in the northern communities of Glanvilla, Picard, Grange, Monrachet, Collio, Bios, Avonpai, and Cottage. The capacity of these storage tanks amounted to an additional of 354,280 gallons of water for residents of those areas. Mr. Speaker, based on this water storage intervention in collaboration with DOWASCO, there are presently 4,429 households with access to improved water distribution and supply under this initiative. The DVRP, Mr. Speaker, has had a very positive social impact. And so at the end of 2019-2020 financial year, its portfolio received 30,367 direct beneficiaries. The data relates that female beneficiaries were 48%, and as I just mentioned, the number of households with access to improved water distribution under that project was 4,429. Mr. Speaker, it is therefore more than reasonable to anticipate that the number of direct beneficiaries of the DVRP is expected to increase significantly throughout the 2020-2021 financial year.
19 more minutes.
Because of the East Coast Road rehabilitation and installation of the National Hydrological Network. Mr. Speaker, spend some time. I would like to, Mr. Speaker, go ahead. Mr. Speaker, I would like to shift the focus from the infrastructural and institutional development for a moment and speak to the National Employment Program. Affectionately called and sometimes grudgingly referred to as the NEP, depending on which side of the political spectrum you sit. To begin, Mr. Speaker, the National Employment and Mentorship Program is allotted $9.5 million in this financial year. Mr. Speaker, the NEP is an initiative of this Labour government aimed at creating jobs for young people. Mr. Speaker, it was born out of the recognition by the Cabinet of Ministers that it is the responsibility of society at large to help mold and develop the current generation of young and enterprising Dominicans. Mr. Speaker, allow me to engage in my formal training for a minute to unearth 2 key policy proclamations dating back 7 years. Mr. Speaker, at its commencement, Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit, Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, saw the NEP as a substantial approach to confronting unemployment among youth. The PM understood that high school, college, and university graduates, through no fault of theirs, inherited the global phenomenon of unemployment and underemployment. In the budget address of July 24, 2013, the Prime Minister referred to the NEP as a program that, and I quote, allows the potential investors to engage persons with the relevant qualifications or skills, but who require on-the-job training so that eventually they will be able to fulfill or fully take over some of the responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, the PM continued and spoke about the direct cries of the youth who indicated that they were frustrated and losing faith. Further to the July pronouncement, PM Skerrit in his National Day address on the 3rd November 2013 optimistically proclaimed, and I quote, "These employment initiatives will provide recent graduates and unemployed youth with a valuable opportunity to gain experience and job-related skills and knowledge. We also believe that the business community will gain significant benefits from the additional human resources support that this initiative will provide." Mr. Speaker, the NEP, which has become a household name across the island, must be highlighted to have three distinct components catering to different skill sets. Mr. Speaker, these are the general internship, community employment, and education mentorship components, respectively. At the beginning of May 2020, Mr. Speaker, the total number of interns engaged under the NEP was 3,463. Of these numbers, there are 202 in the Salabe constituency. It must be said, I just pointed out by colleague Shakira, that more than 20 interns have been able to secure temporary, acting, or permanent employment. This means that they have been benefited tremendously from on-the-job training afforded by the NEP and were able to secure substantive employment using skills that they have enhanced through training interventions. Strong partnerships can be developed with agencies that have absorbed interns in the past, Mr. Speaker, with a view to target a given number of interns transitioning from the program within an agreed period. Mr. Speaker, the community enhancement component of the program has contributed significantly to enhance the public environmental health, as there is a visible reduction in the number of rodents, vermin, and pests which carry vector-borne diseases. As such, the presence of beautification teams within communities have a positive impact on the health and the well-being of its residents. Mr. Speaker, the people engaged also play an important role in small infrastructure projects, cleaning and maintaining secondary roads, footpaths and culverts, etc., within their respective communities. In the face of the present global pandemic, where unemployment escalated in many developed countries, Dominica, Mr. Speaker, a small island developing state, was able to protect the livelihoods of thousands of its citizens and their families. The decline in productivity on a natural level due to COVID-19 would have had a greater negative impact and would have been far more significant if the NEP was not in place to bridge the gap. Mr. Speaker, additionally, many small businesses were able to continue operations with the support of the NEP interns. The NEP teams assisted in increasing resilience to natural disasters, Mr. Speaker, and have further developed a track record of serving as first responders following disasters, as they assist in clearing of roads, etc. Their ongoing efforts have been able to assist in the mitigation against the adverse socioeconomic impacts of climate change. Mr. Speaker, presently there is a continued demand for more interns within the private sector. And so as such, it indicates that opportunities for job creation within that particular area to be harnessed in the public-private partnerships. Mr. Speaker, against this backdrop, it can be said that the NEP is ideally suited to identify, train, and engage the young with experienced, brilliant minds it takes to develop a climate-resilient, dynamic Dominica. Mr. Speaker, this government is not oblivious about the necessary adjustments needed to be made within any program like the NEP to ensure longevity while reducing cost. As a mature government, Mr. Speaker, a review of the program was recently conducted, and from this evaluation, new policy guidelines and procedures for more effective and efficient operations of the program were developed and was implemented as of July 1st, 2020. I would like to remind us all that the arrival of COVID-19 to our shores has changed everything, and so the current environment is marked by large unplanned expenditures associated with efforts to contain the spread of the virus and treat those infected. Mr. Speaker, at the same time, the need to implement a number of policies consistent with the international guidelines of social distances caused the closure of non-essential services and has resulted in a significant decline in government revenues. Mr. Speaker, this weakening of the central government's finances demanded a thorough review of the government's operations with a view to increasing efficiency and contain expenditure. I would like to, Mr. Speaker, at this time emphasize that the NEP as a government program has grown tremendously over the years.
10 more minutes, Honorable Minister.
This is because an initial monthly bill of $0.3 million in January 2014 now stands at $3.3 million in March 2020. Mr. Speaker, yes. Yeah.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Minister be given an additional 10 minutes. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable Minister, you are given an additional 10 minutes.
Thank you, comrades. Thank you, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt that this program, the NEP, has positively impacted the lives of a number of people, especially single-parent households, and by extension, the standard of living of our citizens. Indeed, the economic boost from having more people employed cannot be ignored or understated. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the drive to review government's expenditure in this COVID-19 environment, the review to ensure efficiency and effectiveness was timely. This exercise will definitely ensure that the program continuously meets its original schedule objectives. Mr. Speaker, $8.4 million will be expended this financial year through the Constituency Empowerment Program. A promise in the 2019 Labour Manifesto revealed a $400,000 award to each constituency. This will take the form of numerous constituency intervention, inclusive of roadworks, playing fields, lighting, and the like. It is expected that the ministry will continue assisting in the implementation of the Community Road Enhancements Project with the Ministry of Public Works, and work will be done on one specific constituency road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Dominica Solid Waste Management Corporation is also a very significant part of rural modernization. Was established by the Solid Waste Management Act 17 of 1996 with the specific responsibility of developing solid waste management facilities for storage, collection, treatment, and disposal of solid waste. Mr. Speaker, the corporation commenced operations with effect from July 1st, 1997. Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphasize at this time that solid waste or refuse are remains of human activities and encompass all biodegradable and non-biodegradable, flammable or non-flammable waste material except human waste. Mr. Speaker, there has been numerous achievements in the last financial year as we sought to enhance the natural environment. So, Mr. Speaker, for instance, 8 of 12 scrap metal sites have been cleared. More than 6,500 bales of zinc material has been processed, equating to over 2,000 tons. Approximately 120 containers of material have been exported. Approximately 300 bales of processed material are presently in Point Rong ready for export. Mr. Speaker, this financial year, an additional sum of $700,000 will be dedicated to the enhanced natural environment, the post-Maria debris removal. Mr. Speaker, community enhancement was also vital, and so cleanup activities continued in the Roseau North communities of Goodwill, Stock Farm, Fonkole, Yampis, and Tarish Pit. Mr. Speaker, there was also the removal of zinc in the Soufriere constituency and along all the major roadways on the island, and a joint bulky waste disposal intervention in collaboration with the Red Cross was done in the Monjon village. Mr. Speaker, this year, community waste storage improvement will be allotted $455,000. Mr. Speaker, derelict vehicle removal was another essential undertaking. This is due to the fact that derelict vehicles are a major problem in any jurisdiction, since they are not only an eyesore, but pose major health and safety problems. Mr. Speaker, for all intents and purposes, we must understand that a derelict vehicle is an automobile or part of an automobile in a public place, which by reason of its condition appears to a public health officer to have been abandoned. And any motor vehicle that is left in public place and does not carry a current license issued by the license department, therefore shall be assumed or presumed to be a derelict vehicle until the contrary is proven. Mr. Speaker, more than 300 vehicles have been removed as part of an island-wide project. Mr. Speaker, this collaboration was done with the Ministry of National Security and Home Affairs through the Office of Disaster Management, which supplied heavy equipment. Mr. Speaker, there was also municipal solid waste collection. Mr. Speaker, 3 trucks received from the Japanese government allowed for extended recycling collection throughout the island. Mr. Speaker, there was a visible improvement in the efficiency of the municipal waste collection island-wide. Moreover, the corporation participated and collected media outreach at schools and community levels and placed receptacles in neighborhoods and at several public places, in addition to conducting litter management activities within Roseau and the suburbs. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 posed a peculiar challenge, and so in light of this global pandemic, the corporation conducted internal training with collection staff on the necessary protocols for collection of municipal waste and biomedical waste. Mr. Speaker, the solid waste protocol involved the use of respirators by staff, equipping trucks with water and soap for hand washing, and sanitizing trucks before and at the end of operations. Mr. Speaker, regarding the biomedical waste from the COVID Center in Picard, a special training on removal of waste was conducted and collection was scheduled 3 days weekly, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. A crew was equipped with the necessary PPE and a truck was assigned for the collection. Mr. Speaker, this new budget cycle will introduce a number of new initiatives to ensure the continued management of solid waste in its entirety. For instance, Mr. Speaker, we will be enhancing municipal waste storage in Roseau. This is a joint project with the National Authorizing Office, where every household in Roseau will be provided with a bin for waste storage. Mr. Speaker, additionally, there will be the implementing of a zero community pilot project, a zero waste community pilot project in the Kalinago territory. This initiative will develop the indigenous community to be a model zone for waste separation at the source in enabling composting and recycling within the territory. Mr. Speaker, by committing to the Zero Waste Initiative, the Solid Waste Corporation will endorse the government's vision in building a resilient Dominica and its commitment to UN Sustainable Goals for 2030, achieving a better life and community. Mr. Speaker, the Zero Waste Project definitely fits into rural modernization processes as it will set the stage for adaptation in other rural communities all around the country. Mr. Speaker, the estimated budget for the Zero Waste Project is $250,000. The project will be implemented on a phase basis. The first phase will bring relevant parties together in a forum to discuss the project. The second phase is education and the distribution of bins. And the third phase will be the collection of the recyclables. And the fourth phase will be the separation of the recyclables. And the final phase, the processing of the recyclables. Mr. Speaker, the proposed starting date is Monday, 1st September 2020, and is expected to be continuous with a present allocation in this year's budget of $150,000. Mr. Speaker, the corporation will therefore work in collaboration with the Carnago Council and the Environmental Health Department. The Environmental Health Department will monitor the project, ensuring environmental laws are observed, and the corporation will devise a zone-basis monitoring strategy. Mr. Speaker, the Carnago Council will monitor the collection, disposal, and storage, and will supervise the zones, working in collaboration with the Collection and Public Relations Department of the Solid Waste Corporation. Mr. Speaker, further to the specific Roseau and Carnago territory projects, there will also be the construction of a national material recovery facility, MRF. The facility will reduce the volume of waste being tipped, increase recycling volumes, and enhance waste treatment. This material recovery facility, or recycling plant, will be financed $900,000. The government will seek to improve the financial status of the corporation. Mr. Speaker, the need for an integrated solid waste management system is important to the government of Dominica. It must be said that three areas constitute the key components. They are waste prevention and dispersion, recycling and composting, and disposal, landfilling, and waste to energy. Mr. Speaker, in the end, proper sanitation is an important requirement in every civilization, and it has been improved over the centuries. Mr. Speaker, in this present era, it can be simplified as measures necessary for improving and protecting health and the well-being of people. Sanitation can therefore be simplified as a system that promotes proper waste disposal and has definitely been taken seriously by this government. Mr. Speaker, I would want to spend some time dealing with a contribution, a part of the ministry that is very dear to my heart. I'm doing this because I'm convinced that matters related to the Carnago community have been given a high level of prevalence only by this government. So I'm closing my contribution to this parliament with a renewed sense of purpose to deal with a component of the ministry referred to as Carnago upliftment. Mr. Speaker, I suspect that I may well be the most qualified member of this parliament to speak on a wide range of matters related to the Carnago as a small subgrouping of world's indigenous people. Perhaps it may not be by chance, Mr. Speaker, as my family name and those close to my upbringing relates to Carnago chiefs, cultural activists, and heritage and historical pioneers. Mr. Speaker, I challenge anyone to question my affinity to the Carnago nation, both on the basis of my activism regarding a range of Carnago issues and my formal training, which focused on an intellectual understanding of the Kainago contributions to the building of this country. Mr. Speaker, one of the most prevalent issues expected to be dealt with in a significant way has always been the understanding and implementation of indigenous rights. I may not have a formal legal training, but I do have an in-depth understanding of these particular rights. These are specifically those rights that exist in recognition of the specific condition of the indigenous peoples. Mr. Speaker, this includes not only the basic human rights of physical survival and integrity, Mr. Speaker, but also the preservation of land, language, religion, and other elements of cultural heritage as part of our existence as a people. Mr. Speaker, in many instances, this can be used as an expression for advocacy of social organizations or form part of a national law in establishing the relation between a government and the right of the self-determination among the indigenous people living within the borders of a country. Mr. Speaker, this can be done in an international law as protection against violation of indigenous rights by actions by governments or groups of private interests.
Honourable Member, you have 5 minutes left.
Yeah, any more. The mission.
Mr. Speaker, I move that an additional 10 minutes be given to the Minister for the completion of his contribution.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honourable Member for the Salibia constituency be given an additional 10 minutes. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the mission of the Department of Kainago Affairs as an established government entity leans heavily on supporting indigenous rights. At this point, I want to salute the pioneers of this ministry, Kelly Grano, Honorable Kelly Grano, Honorable Ashton Grano, Honorable Cassius Daru, and the former directors, Charlie Corbett, Sylvanie Burton. This is because it was the very first serious attempt to enhance the quality of life, to promote economic opportunity, and to carry out the responsibility to protect and improve the trust assets of the indigenous people of Waitikawuli by providing better services, opportunities, and results within the government. The allocation this financial year within the department amounts to well over $4.2 million. As I've already alluded to, the department has liaised across the board with various ministries and local and international partners, and has worked in partnership with the Kainago Council. The commitment of the government is clearly articulated in the vision, the KRAs, and the strategic objectives of the ministry, and for your reference, page 278 in the budget. The partnership with the Kainago Council, Mr. Speaker, has resulted in the economic and social advancement of the Kainago territory, which had consistently lagged behind that of the rest of the Dominican population throughout the history of Dominica. These recent strides by this Labour government since 2000 contributed to a significant improvement in the quality of life of the people. These include, but not limited to, the housing revolution, public assistance to the elderly, universal secondary education, sponsored state college education, the pit latrine eradication program, small business financing, and infrastructural development, inclusive of roads and other public amenities. Mr. Speaker, regarding the housing revolution along the lines of resilience, serious interventions are progressing aggressively in the Kainago territory. There are already 2 housing schemes of Pre-Conco, Sustainable Housing Solutions, in Sineku, L'Escalier, and in Tuna, Lagli, respectively, totaling 20 homes built during the last financial year, which was implemented by the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and endorsed by the Kainago Council. Mr. Speaker, at the end of this financial year, 10 more pre-Conco brand new homes will be available to families built on scattered lots. This will unambiguously provide a safe haven during the hurricane season for 23 adults, 11 males and 12 females, and 27 children, 15 males and 12 females. This week, Mr. Speaker, on the morning of Wednesday 29th, before coming to this Honorable House, I had the opportunity to deliver keys to those families in preparation for the upcoming hurricane season. Mr. Speaker, there's also the European Union-funded Housing Rehabilitation Program. The overall objective of this project will be to support Dominica's aspiration to become a climate-smart and resilient country, thus contributing to the long-term sustainable economic development. The specific objective is to contribute to a building of climate-resilient housing sector by building 50 climate-resilient homes in the Kainago territory. Mr. Speaker, these homes will be built along 6 lots, 6 in Concord, 8 in Badaka, 5 in Kervish River and Saliba, 9 in Sensi, 10 in Gaulet River and Mao River, and 12 in Sineku. Mr. Speaker, a total of 127 rooms will be made available to the people of the Kainago territory. Mr. Speaker, provisional commencement date of the project is July 1st, and the implementation period, 8 months works and 12 months defects liability. Mr. Speaker, this government recently advised the approval of a monthly compassionate allowance for the Kainago chiefs who served within the Kainago territory. It details a monthly compassionate allowance for any person who has served as a Kainago chief in the office as who is not able to otherwise access such a benefit as it relates to their service. I must say, Mr. Speaker, that a chief is the leader of the Kainago, the indigenous inhabitants of the country. Under British colonization, the title was officially recognized as a ceremonial position beginning in 1903 when the Carib Reserve was established. The colonial governor endowed the Kainago chief with a silver-headed staff and a sash embroidered the chief of the Caribs in Gothic letters. Colonial authorities suspended the position in 1930 after what was called the Kainago War. The position of chief was finally reinstated in 1953 as part of an island-wide system of local government. Mr. Speaker, within the last financial year, the Department of Kainago Affairs pursued 4 main activities: the Small Business Development Fund, the Emergency Fund, the development of an agricultural center, and the construction of an emergency shelter. Mr. Speaker, the Small Business Development Fund supports small businesses with grants, training, and management programs. This program, from all reports, has stimulated economic activity and creates jobs in the constituency. The number of businesses operational, 15, and the number of persons employed, more than 18, Mr. Speaker. Out of the 18 beneficiaries who received support, only 3 have been in operation due to business concept, equipment being sourced overseas, and damaged infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the program continues and 41 new beneficiaries are approved for assistance in the amount allocated to the Kainago Small Business Development Fund, which will be advanced $800,000 in this year's budget. Mr. Speaker, the emergency fund was designed to provide temporary short-term financial grants to people who were managing demanding daily requirements while struggling with rehabilitating financial circumstances. This fund is in keeping with SDG 1.3, which states, implement nationally appropriate social protection systems and measures. Mr. Speaker, to date, more than 22 applicants have received medical assistance from the fund at a total cost of $26,600. This year, Mr. Speaker, and among those $60,000 have been budgeted for the fund. Mr. Speaker, food security is important for the survival of any country. In this regard, Mr. Speaker, government, in collaboration with the Carnago Council, the Ministry of Agriculture and CREED, is continuing its efforts to expand the agricultural production of the Carnago and improving the standard of living through the construction of an agricultural center. Mr. Speaker, to date, the site has been selected and the land has been surveyed, while the conceptual design has been prepared for the facility. Mr. Speaker, basic plans, farm plans, and designs have been discussed with the Council and other key stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, the facility will ensure the engagement in one form or another of the several trained agronomists hailing from the area and will further serve the entire Salabia constituency while also providing relevant support to the existing agricultural facilities on the Atlantic coast of the country.
Honorable Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Yeah, man. Mr. Speaker, within the context of Dynamic Dominica and First Climate Resilient Country, the government is partnering with the Caribbean Development Bank to honor the Carnago's indigenous right to basic rights of physical survival and integrity, and so plans are ongoing for construction of a multipurpose emergency shelter comprising 760 square meters in the Carnago territory. Mr. Speaker, without a doubt, the design will be one that represents the exceptional beauty and time-tested resilient architecture of the Carnago heritage, evident in the Sensi Resource Center and all the buildings at the Carnago Baranoti, all of which withstood the onslaught of Hurricane Maria. The emergency facility will serve dual purposes of both community space for meetings and activities, as well as an emergency shelter to house 125 people. In addition to the resilient features, the facility will have all amenities of a modern emergency shelter. Mr. Speaker, this facility will therefore complement the new hurricane-resilient homes being constructed by the government through the Ministry of Housing. Mr. Speaker, an amount of a little over $500,000 has been made available in this budget for preliminary works, Mr. Speaker, and the Caribbean Development Bank committed $1.6 million. Mr. Speaker, I will close this conversation here today to the Parliament. My contribution. Despite the many advances in our time across to access to finance, Mr. Speaker, from commercial financial institutions is a major impediment, which hinders the economic growth potential of the Carnago community. Mr. Speaker, this challenge is arguably rooted in the communal nature of land ownership and has prevented every segment of society from accessing financing for critical needed development tools, such as mortgages, businesses and agricultural funding, and education loans, to name a few. Mr. Speaker, as a result, the Carnago people have been forced to rely on the following methods for survival: seeking employment overseas and in communities outside the Carnago territory, undertaking multiple jobs that are usually menial, increasing reliance and support from family members living overseas and neighboring villages, depending on assistance from government, NGOs, churches, and neighborhoods and friends, and increased on the use of public facilities. The above means of survival, Mr. Speaker, has seemed to satisfy only a short-term need, and which has proven to be unsustainable. At this point, Mr. Speaker, I am here not to claim sole ownership to a solution, but to highlight that numerous consultancies, relevant research, along with community discussions by activists and development partners have revealed that the establishment of a development foundation, which is not intended to be a project with a definite life of a start and end date, but envisaged as a self-sustainable economic institution, would be the best response to the existing material condition. This foundation will therefore support socioeconomic empowerment through the provision of debt financing, technical assistance, and training to support innovative proposals by groups and individuals, Mr. Speaker, in the areas of personal advancement, agricultural and enterprise development, and green economy and emergency situations. Mr. Speaker, the benefits of having such an institution will include, but not limited to, easy access to credit for residents of the Carnago territory, enhanced income to persons in an active lower income category, increased technical support for business knowledge. The government supports the establishment, therefore, Mr. Speaker, of the establishment of the Carnago Development Foundation, which is envisioned as a transformative entity that will harness local, regional, and international finance resources. The KDF will have a board of directors and comprise of persons who have demonstrated success in leadership in the fields of governance, entrepreneurship law, social activism, etc., and who have some characters. Mr. Speaker, the establishment of the KDF as a financial institution will be registered as a not-for-profit entity. Nonetheless, it will be required to establish appropriate bank accounts and all the relevant things. Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member.
I do hope I made very clear about the synergies within the ministries, with the Ministry of Environment and Rural Upliftment. And I also allowed for a logical working of the government's apparatus, and that it was clear to this House that the fiscal responsibility is the foremost business of this government. To end, I want to affirm to this Honorable House my support for the proposed budget, 2020-2021, and to express gratitude to the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, all of the heads of departments, all of the folks engaged in the projects within the Ministry. Mr. Speaker, I'll end by reaffirming my support for the 2020-2021 budget. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment, Youth at Risk, Gender Affairs, Senior Security, and Dominicans with Disabilities as the next speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my fullest support to this year's budget as presented by the Honorable Prime Minister and Minister for Finance. This budget is a clear indication that Dominicans have once again chosen a highly effective and efficient team with proven leadership to run the affairs of this country. Even at a time when the world is in the throes of a vicious pandemic and faces economic uncertainty, this Labour Party government has been able to put together a comprehensive economic plan with the objective of improving the lives of every Dominican. Indeed, we are on the road to dynamic Dominica. Mr. Speaker, as a trained medical professional, I must say that I am extremely satisfied with the focus that this government has given to the improvement of healthcare services. I will repeat, I am fully satisfied. Earlier, well, probably yesterday, the Honorable Annette Sanford called my name. Yeah, she called my name. She wanted to know if I was in agreement. Yes, yes, Honorable Sanford. Yes, I am in total agreement with this budget. And I will tell you why you should be too. Over the years, this government has invested heavily in the transformation of healthcare, and it is very visible. We can all observe the mass construction of health facilities all across the island. We can also observe, it is visible, the upgrading and the modernization of existing facilities. In addition, numerous young people have gone away on government scholarships to become healthcare professionals. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to be a product of the Dominica Labour Party government. Mr. Speaker, I am especially proud of my numerous colleagues who have become specialist medical doctors thanks to this Labour Party administration. Mr. Speaker, I want to add my voice to the Honorable Member of Grand Bay and congratulate Dr. Ken Jacob for being the first urologist here. Also, some of my other colleagues, like Dr. Andrew, the first cardiologist, Dominican-born, trained by this administration. I would also like to remember Dr. David, a Dominican neonatologist, just came from Cuba, trained by this administration. Mr. Speaker, I also want to remind Honorable Sanford, and I want Dominicans to know, that the only two general surgeons that we have in Dominica who are Dominicans are Kalinago Braves. Have you forgotten? Honorable Sanford, Honorable Annette Thomas Sanford, your own brother, trained as a general surgeon under this administration. Mr. Speaker, training for nurses and community health aides is ongoing. I would like to congratulate the young ladies of the St. Joseph constituency who have graduated from both programs, both as practical nurses and as community health aides. Mr. Speaker, it is obvious in this year's budget that the desire to provide every citizen with optimal medical care and create resilience within the healthcare sector remains at the forefront of building dynamic Dominica. 59.9 million goes to the Ministry of Health, Wellness and New Health Investment. That is impressive. I know that we all look forward to the completion of the Dominica-China Friendship Hospital. Mr. Speaker, I know many of our people, when they walk into this building and they see the state of the art, my own mother, who lived in the US for almost 20 years, when we took my grandmother to the emergency room last week, she was amazed. She said, "Am I in Dominica?" Yes, in Dominica, top class emergency room. And the waiting time is very little compared to areas like the United States. And Mr. Speaker, construction, as the Prime Minister said, is moving rapidly. When you drive up Federation Drive and you look one day, all you're seeing is an empty place. When you look again, a three-story building. You wonder where that come out from. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that the new management structure will assist in the delivery of quality health service at that level. I am also very excited, and I know many more Dominicans with me, for the numerous health centers that have already been built, those that are still being built now under construction, and those that will be built in the future. Look, Dr. Daru is very happy. There are two in his constituency. This is Dominica. Dominica health care is really priority for this administration. Mr. Speaker, My entire adult life, I have spent in the service to my fellow Dominicans in the field of health. First, as a cytotechnologist, reading pap smears to help prevent cervical cancer, then as a lab technologist, and thanks to this Labour Party government, now I am a qualified doctor, specialist in internal medicine. I have therefore been front and center to observe the radical transformation of healthcare services here by this administration. Mr. Speaker, when I speak from a position of knowledge. I do not say what I think or what I thought or what people say. I say what I know for a fact. No other government, and I will repeat, no other government has done for health care in Dominica as this Labour Party government has. Mr. Speaker, please permit me the opportunity to applaud our Prime Minister for his visionary leadership during this COVID-19 time. I would like to also congratulate the Minister of Health, Dr. Irving McIntyre, and his entire team for a job well done. But, Mr. Speaker, I am especially thankful for our frontline workers and service providers for their hard work, their commitment in the continued provision of service to their fellow men during this time. They have certainly demonstrated commitment, and they have helped protect the lives of our citizens. May God bless them and their families. I urge everyone, do not make their work harder. I urge you all to observe all the protocols put in place by the Ministry of Health as we continue to fight this dreadful disease. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I would like to urge people to follow sanitizing protocols. Remember, always wear your mask, do your social distancing, and please wash your hands and sanitize your hands often. Mr. Speaker, I am passionate about health, but I'm also equally passionate about our youth. I am especially pleased for the significant opportunities for our young people articulated in this year's budget. A new digital economy being developed with the youth in mind, to give them the opportunity to create, to design, to explore in a digital world with new and exciting job opportunities. It may sound too good to be true, but it will happen. It will happen because of this administration commitment to developing digital economy as part of Dynamic Dominica. I know excitement is being generated among our youth. The digital currency will surely make payments easier. The opportunity to access government services online. You know, we hate to follow lines at registry. We hate to follow lines at immigration. This will be improved. We can stay at our home on our computer, and we can do this. I don't know about you, but people are reaching out to me, and they eagerly await these new services. Mr. Speaker, the offer of a grant to those below the age of 40 who are first-time owners, an opportunity of a lifetime. This will be made available as early as October, and my ministry will be responsible for dishing out hard cash. This, Mr. Speaker, in addition to 48% decrease in property transfer fee for 1 year period, these measures will surely go a long way in assisting our young people. My young people, Mr. Speaker, please, I want to talk to my young people. This is the time. This is the time to build your homes. Already, the honorable member for Gunbe wish he was less than 40. The opportunity is yours. I urge you, take it. I wish the Honorable Sanford was that age. She could have built a house. But sorry, your children will be given the opportunity, my dear. Mr. Speaker, many of our young people, I love Honorable Sanford. She was one of my best staff nurses to work with. Many of our young people own small businesses. They will surely welcome the special loan facility at Aid Bank for micro, small, and medium businesses at a small interest rate. It almost doesn't even exist at 1%. 1% interest rate. Government will provide the bank with $30 million over a 3-year period to support this measure. This will surely go a long way in assisting our young entrepreneurs. The goal is to help generate additional employment opportunities for our young Dominicans. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware of the important role that sports play in the lives of our young people. Sports participation helps build mental strength and boost self-confidence. Most importantly, sports promote a healthy lifestyle among our youth, hereby reducing the incidence and the prevalence of non-communicable diseases. This results in a more healthy and productive people. With these facts in mind, the attention given to the upgrade of existing sports facilities and the construction of new facilities will directly impact the lives of our young men and women. It will also encourage our young people to pursue careers in sports. I know the West Coast welcomes the new Rayburn Blackmore indoor basketball court. Mr. Speaker, this government is committed to the holistic development of all Dominicans, and special focus has and continues to be placed on ensuring that the most vulnerable among us in society are not left behind. Even in these challenging economic times brought about by the impact of COVID, this government stands resolute and has articulated that all the government's social safety net programs for our most vulnerable will continue. In this financial year, the government, under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Roosevelt Skerrit, will continue to demonstrate its deep care for the vulnerable, the weak, and the marginalized in our society, as it is clearly articulated in the National Resilience and Development Strategy, NRDS, and the Climate Resilience and Recovery Plan, CRRP. Under this government, the less fortunate of our society will never be left behind. Mr. Speaker, the strategic plan of my ministry speaks to our vision, and I quote, "A resilient and empowered people contributing to Dominica's holistic development," end of quote. And the mission speaks very clearly to our mandate, which is, and I quote, "The enhancement of the quality of life for the Dominican population with specific focus on youth, the vulnerable, and people with disabilities, and the cultivation of a spirit of resilience through the implementation of appropriate and empirical interventions," end of quote. Under my ministry, we are charged with the responsibility for implementing and assisting with a number of government social safety net programs. These include the Public Assistance Program, the Foster Care Program, the Centenarian Program, and the care of our juveniles who come in conflict with the law. We also provide assistance to institutions such as the Dominica Association of Persons with Disability, the Dominica Infirmary, the House of Hope, parents advocating for the inclusion of children with disabilities, the Dominica Council on Aging, the Workshop for the Blind, among others. Mr. Speaker, as Minister with responsibility for our senior citizens, as well as those in our society with disabilities, I am very thankful for the Honorable Prime Minister and this government on their behalf for the many interventions aimed at improving their quality of life. Mr. Speaker, I speak here of the Yes We Care program. Presently, this contributes significantly to the well-being of over 150 elders in our society. The program, which is the brainchild of our Prime Minister, began in 2009 and provides daily home care and monthly supplies to all beneficiaries. Presently, 41 caregivers and 9 supervisors, along with administrative staff, are employed with the program. They also collaborate with the relevant ministries to ensure that our clients receive medical care, and they are also provided with home repairs and electrical installations at their homes when necessary. Mr. Speaker, the clients of Yes We Care are elders living alone, persons with various disabilities, elders who were abandoned by their families, and persons who are terminally ill. These beneficiaries continue to express gratitude to this Prime Minister and the government for their many interventions. Mr. Speaker, our country is blessed. Our country is truly blessed. Do you know we have 28 cherished centenarians? Yes, Mr. Speaker, 28. This government has ensured that assistance is provided to the families of these centenarians in order that they live more comfortable lives. Each centenarian receives a $500 monthly allowance along with other support from our corporate partners. These include free water supply, free electricity, and free cooking gas. I wish to salute our corporate partners for their continued support to our centenarians. Mr. Speaker, just this week I had the pleasure to accompany Dr. Darrow to, Fort Saint-Jean. And we went to see Miss Anne Lavenir, who turned 100 on Saturday. And she was so excited. She explained to her daughter, when you go to Domlek, tell them my name because you don't have to pay for lights. When her son-in-law came home, she said, "Usavio kabame $6, $500 every month." She was excited for turning 100, and this government will continue to take care of our centenarians. Mr. Speaker, we will continue to work with the Ministry of Housing and the Ministry of Health to provide some of the needs of our centenarians, all in an effort to make them more comfortable in their twilight days. Mr. Speaker, we do not live in a perfect society, and this Labour Party government is very cognizant of that fact. It is because of this fact that our government has made it our duty to preserve and protect the rights of our children. Chances, the children's home for the abused, neglected, cheated, and emotionally scarred was established just over 9 years ago by this Labour Party government. To date, we have 19 residents in the institution. Mr. Speaker, Chances is more than a home. It's a family. These young persons are provided with all their needs on a daily basis. They attend school and have been performing very well. The management and caregivers of this institution must be applauded for the work being done to mold these young ones. During COVID-19, the Ministry of Agriculture assisted the home with vegetable seedlings and other supplies, and the children with the help of their caregivers, have established a number of crops. We are ensuring that these children are cared for in the best possible way and are prepared for a future that will gain them rightful places in this society. Mr. Speaker, my ministry, and by extension, the government of Dominica, is working to ensure we have a robust, effective, and efficient social net program that responds to and meets the needs of all our vulnerable citizens. Mr. Speaker, the Social Welfare Division continues to play a pivotal role in administering government's public assistance program. They also help by assisting families and individuals, by providing childcare services to families in need, by providing migrant and counseling services, supervising institutions who care for the elderly, and assisting in the rehabilitation of our juveniles and young offenders who come in conflict with the law. Mr. Speaker, presently, the division provides a monthly public assistance allowance to approximately 2,000 beneficiaries island-wide. These beneficiaries include children, elderly, families, and persons with disabilities. In administering this public assistance program, the division works collaboratively with the Ministry of Finance, who is responsible for administering the government's non-pensionable assistance, also known as the 70+ allowance. Mr. Speaker, 2,600 senior citizens above the age of 70 presently receives this monthly allowance. They use this allowance to help cater to their basic needs, another caring decision by a caring leader. Mr. Speaker, during this financial year, we will continue to provide training to all our welfare officers. This is in an effort to enable them to use specialized tools when dealing with childcare matters, especially as it pertains to juveniles and young offenders. We will also seek to decentralize officers to the districts for better targeting of beneficiaries and ensuring that the services of the division are brought closer to clients. We will also continue to provide optimal services to the vulnerable in our society, and we will advance the process for the enactment of the child care bills. Mr. Speaker, government provides on an annual basis over $1.1 million to 9 government-assisted institutions providing care to the elderly and persons with special needs. We are aware that there are other institutions providing similar institutional care to senior citizens who are not registered with our ministry. In this new financial year, the ministry will ensure that a policy is put in place to regulate the operations of all institutions providing care to our senior citizens and persons with special needs. Just earlier this year, the ministry worked with a number of the already registered institutions in putting together a final draft policy on institutional and home-based management plan for infectious diseases. This was put in place to assist facilities as part of their preparations for COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the government of Dominica and the ministry, which I represent through the Bureau of Gender Affairs, continue to work to achieve the goal of gender equality, as clearly articulated in Dominica's Climate Resilience and Recovery Plan, CRRP, and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 5. One may ask, Mr. Speaker, I'm kind of disappointed that the honorable member for Marigot, the parliamentary opposition leader, is not with us today. Oh, the leader of the parliamentary opposition is not with us today. Mr. Speaker, I love my neighbors as myself, and so I usually like to give them a little lesson. Before I go further, I just have one advice for the Honorable Lennox Linton. I noticed he had difficulty reading his notes. I am sure Dr. Shillingford would love to help him. I noticed that. I'm a doctor, so I noticed that thing. The other thing that I've also noticed is that he seems intimidated by educated women. Well, Mr. Speaker, I believe as the Minister of Gender Affairs in gender equality. So one may ask, what is gender equality? Well, as outlined in the CRRP, and I quote, gender equality means that women, men, boys, and girls will enjoy the same human rights status, have equal opportunities, equal access and control over resources, and equal participation in decision-making. At the Bureau of Gender Affairs, we continue to facilitate development and bring positive change nationally by sensitizing society on the issue of gender equality and the key role it plays in national development. During the last year, we focused on some of the priorities of the National Resilience Development Strategy and the CRRP and implemented several gender-specific programs for both men and women to reinforce priorities around poverty reduction, economic empowerment, and social protection. As part of World Rural Women's Day, the Bureau provided entrepreneurship training to 16 small businesses from rural communities. The Bureau has increased its programming, specifically targeting men, and assisted with a series of activities during Men's Week. One of these activities was a career fair which targeted 388 boys from the St. Mary's Academy. Mr. Speaker, the Bureau continues to collaborate with other national, regional, and international partners aimed at reducing the level of gender-based violence in our society. During COVID-19, the Bureau worked with the UNDP, UN Women, and World Food Programme to access assistance to meet the needs of both men and women brought about by the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, during this budget cycle, the Bureau intends to continue designing and implementing gender-specific programs for both men and women. We intend to develop and implement special projects around gender-based violence, poverty, social protection, wealth creation and redistribution, and climate change. We intend to collect the necessary data to ensure that programs and policies remain relevant and meet the gendered needs of both men and women post-COVID-19 as we work towards becoming the first climate-resilient nation. And also, we continue to mainstream gender across key sectors like here in Parliament to promote gender equality and equity. Mr. Speaker, children and youth are agents of change, and they are essential to building strong communities. The youth of our society are the future leaders of our beautiful homeland, and the Youth Development Division continues to mold the minds and skills of our youth to build strong communities. During the last financial year, the division continued implementation of the 3-year Skills for Economic Growth project, with the assistance of one of our international partners, DFID, that is the Department for International Development. Last year, 92 young people graduated from 10 skills training modules to include computer literacy, computer maintenance, small engine repair, leathercraft, plumbing, woodwork, and electrical wiring. Mr. Speaker, it would seem that some members do not live in Dominica. I repeat, last year, because I swear, Mr. Speaker, somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody said that we do not have any trainings, skills training programs here. But last year, the Youth Development Division, and in the first training cycle for this financial year, the division completed training for 74 young people in 7 modules. And this included auto body repairs in Jimmet and Cassie Bruce, computer literacy in Roseau, Wesley, St. Joseph, and Portsmouth, and wood art at the Dominica State Prison. Mr. Speaker, the division continues to work with our secondary schools in molding the minds of student leadership. The division worked with the Dominica Grammar School and held a school-based leadership training course. 35 prefects completed the course. Indeed, we are preparing the young for future leadership. Mr. Speaker, as we work to build strong communities, as clearly articulated in the CRRP, as a ministry, we continue striving to instill community ownership and reignite volunteerism in the minds and work ethics of the young. We are cognizant of the fact that volunteering helps people use their skills and talents towards community development. To this end, over the last year, the Youth Division partnered with the Forestry, Wildlife, and Parks Division in undertaking the Summer Volunteerism Program. 252 volunteers, of which 95 were males and 157 females, participated. The activities undertaken included planting of trees, construction and painting of school benches, cleanup of the beaches and the waterways, cleaning and painting of the homes of the elderly, painting of bus stops, among others. Mr. Speaker, a number of training activities, including our annual kite flying competition, our summer programs, had to be postponed, in some cases cancelled due to COVID-19. Nonetheless, the ministry has put in place a number of measures to enable the division and our beneficiaries to hit the ground running after the approval of this budget. The plans for the Youth Development Division going forward includes provision of training for over 300 young men and women, to include inmates at the Dominica State Prison in various skills modules, to include computer literacy, garment manufacturing, pedicure, manicure, construction, carpentry, tiling, plumbing, electrical wiring, auto mechanics, hospitality arts, fishing, sewing machine repair, computer maintenance, agriculture and livestock training, and small engine repairs. Weekly sessions will also be held with all participants in the skills training modules, to include social skills, business awareness, office etiquette, health and family life education, youth empowerment forums, remedial literacy, and numeracy sessions. We will also conduct multidisciplinary leadership courses, to include counseling courses, community-based leadership training, and for targeted district, as well as school-based leadership training. We will continue to recruit and train, and we have targeted 240 young volunteers island-wide. We will also form at least one environmental club in every district and engage 10 senior and 54 junior 4-H clubs. We will continue to work with our partners to ensure that at least 40% of all our trainees receive job attachments as interns. Mr. Speaker, under the Youth Development Division, we also have the Dominica Youth Business Trust, and earlier the Honorable Roll spoke a little about the Dominica Youth Business Trust. I know he's very passionate about it, but the trust will continue to focus on assisting young entrepreneurs in the holistic development of their small businesses. In the last fiscal period, DYBT provided training for 47 entrepreneurs under the Entrepreneurship Development Program and a further 42 entrepreneurs under the Small Business Assistance Facility. A successful community entrepreneurial training was held for 35 in the community of Grand Bay. Among other training sessions conducted by DYBT were sales and marketing, customer care, public speaking, art of design fashion business workshop, training of trainers in collaboration with UE and IOM. During the same period, 5 loans were guaranteed by DYBT and funds have been disbursed. Mr. Speaker, I am indeed honored to serve the most vulnerable among us. And as my ministry seeks to transform lives through policies and programs, I thank the Prime Minister for the opportunity to serve in this capacity. I also say special thanks to the dedicated staff of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, Youth at Risk, Gender Affairs, Senior Security, and Dominicans with Disability. But, Mr. Speaker, I remain the humble servant of the people of the St. Joseph constituency. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to express
21 more minutes, so I just give you a little guidance on your time. 21 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, please permit me to express my sincere gratitude to the people of Bells, Layu, Mero, St. Joseph, Layu Park, Makushri, and all the other hamlets in between. I am truly grateful for their unwavering support over these past months. Mr. Speaker, I also have a lot of constituents who live outside the St. Joseph constituency area, and they always reach out to me. I want to say a special thank you to them always, and especially those in the diaspora that are having a hard time during this COVID-19 time. I just want to say that my prayers are with you, and I thank you for the unwavering support. I assure them, Mr. Speaker, that this government is committed to transforming our communities and elevating the lives of our people. Mr. Speaker, decent homes with basic amenities for every Dominican is priority for this Labour Party government. This is why we have embarked on a journey to build 5,000 homes for Dominicans as part of a housing revolution. And the St. Joseph constituency has benefited, and we are indeed grateful. Mr. Speaker, just a few months ago, 32 families from the communities of Mero, Layu, and St. Joseph received their keys to their brand new 2-bedroom or 3-bedroom home. These families are the first group to receive homes under the Sustainable Housing Project at the Hillsborough Gardens in St. Joseph. These homes are built with reinforced concrete to withstand any disaster as Dominica continues to work towards the goal of being the first climate-resilient country. They have surely improved the lives of the recipients, and has reduced significantly the number of people requiring shelter in the St. Joseph community. Mr. Speaker, additionally, government has assisted several families in building houses on their own land, as well as repairing and renovating existing homes damaged by Hurricane Maria. Way over $3 million was spent in the St. Joseph constituency in this regard in the last fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to thank the government and the people of Cuba, my second home, for the tremendous assistance given by their construction team, who assisted with the repairs of several homes in the Bells area. Several families receiving new roofs. We are indeed grateful for the support that we have always gotten from the Cuban government. I say thank you, and I say thank you to the Ambassador of Cuba living in Dominica for his continued support. As we remain resolute in our efforts to improve the lives of citizens, this government will continue building homes for the people of the St. Joseph constituency. Mr. Speaker, a new housing development project is presently being designed for Bells. This will include building of climate-resilient houses for the residents of Bells who already own their lands, and for those who don't own their land, government will build homes on government-owned land. In addition, government will continue to assist individuals with home repairs as we continue to improve the living conditions of our people. Mr. Speaker, this fiscal year, we will see the construction of 3 apartment buildings with 12 units each constructed at the Hillsborough Gardens as government continues with the sustainable housing project. 36 families will benefit in this second phase. Mr. Speaker, my vision of the transformation of the village of St. Joseph, Mero, and Layu remains a burning desire. In this financial year, several residents of these 3 villages will receive hurricane-resilient homes, which will be built by this Labour Party government. Additionally, the young people of St. Joseph constituency will benefit from the new measures in this budget as the government seeks to make it easier for young individuals to own property. I refer here to the decrease in fees for transfer of land and the grant of $10,000 for new homeowners. Mr. Speaker, we are building resilience and we are protecting lives. Evident examples are seen in the Layu area. That is, the Layu Emergency Shelter and the recently completed wall defense works north of the Hillsborough Bridge. The people of the Layu community, as well as the surrounding communities of Mero and St. Joseph, are feeling much safer this hurricane season, as the new emergency shelter has been added to the list of hurricane shelters for our area. Mr. Speaker, this shelter is the first of its kind in Dominica, and it will help protect the lives of our people in the event of a disaster. The building sits majestically on the Layu Highway and brings a level of comfort that in the event of a disaster, there truly exists a shelter from the storm. This resilient 8,000 square feet facility was constructed by Royce Real Estate and Construction Limited and financed by a CDB loan. Consultant services was provided by our own Sorrel Consulting Limited, yes, a local firm. It was designed with the physically challenged in mind and therefore provides wheelchair access to the entry and to the bathrooms. The facility boasts a capacity of 115 beds, an industrialized kitchen, storage rooms, a laundry room, an administrative office, and a medical station. It's equipped with a water storage tank and is wired for electrical standby generator. It will also be used as a resource center to conduct skills training activities. Mr. Speaker, Layu is very vulnerable to disasters because of its location near the river and near the sea. This community has suffered damage over the years as a result of flash floods, hurricanes, and landslides. Hence, the importance of retaining walls to help minimize the effect of natural disasters and protect the lives and properties of the residents of Layu. The Layu Road and Defense works completed recently is achieving just that. The project included the rehabilitation and reconstruction of a 170-meter of defense wall on the northern bank of the Layu River just west of the Hillsborough Bridge. And it also included rehabilitation and reconstruction of that section of the E.O. Libla Highway adjacent to the riverbanks. Works also included necessary drainage, markings, and signage. This project was at a cost of more than $5 million. Mr. Speaker, as the government seeks to improve our road networks, extensive works have been done across the constituency. Road users are greeted by a totally resurfaced road in the village of Layu, right to the gas station in St. Joseph. A past member of this House called it the Dr. King Highway. I accept it. Works are ongoing on the Glogorme Road in Bells. This project includes the construction of much-needed retaining walls in critical areas. As part of the Community Road Enhancement Project, works will continue on other sections of this road, making it easier for residents and the farmers of the Bells area. Mr. Speaker, under this project, the Cuba Road in Mero will also be completed. Mr. Speaker, it is now known by Dominicans and visitors alike that Mero is the best beach to hang out. This is why plans have been put in place to upgrade the facilities and support the local businesses. This community-based tourism initiative has unfortunately been delayed as a result of COVID-19. I wish to thank the people of Mero for their patience. Mr. Speaker, Spani Falls in Bells has become a popular site for both residents and visitors. In a huge way, visits have increased to the tourist site as a result of improvements done at the site by the Ministry of Tourism. These include the construction of road and track leading to the falls, as well as the construction of a platform and placement of guardrails. These improvements have generated significant economic activity in the Bells area. Mr. Speaker, in this financial year, several infrastructural works will commence in the St. Joseph constituency. These include the construction of retaining walls on the Bells Highway, the Cahome Feeder Road rehabilitation, the repair of the Hillsborough Bridge, the rehabilitation of the Layu Valley Road, and the repair of several feeder roads in the Layu Valley area. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the Bells Highway is the main route to the airport from the south, including the city, and from the west. The renovation of this road is therefore critical. Over the years, serious edge failures has resulted due to waterlogged surfaces. Government has therefore prioritized the construction of retaining walls in these affected sections of road. Mr. Speaker, I know the Kahum farmers are listening to me. The Kahum feeder road is an essential road to many farmers of St. Joseph and the neighboring communities. These are hard-working farmers who, despite challenges, still harvest huge amounts of fresh agricultural produce regularly. Over the years, due to several natural disasters, the Kahum farmers have suffered because of loss of several main access routes. It is therefore critical that government continues to work towards identifying improved access routes to the Kahum area. And while we continue to pursue avenues to improve access, we will continue to rehabilitate existing ones. Mr. Speaker, this financial year, we will see the repair of the Eastern Hillsborough Bridge. This will be at an estimated cost of over $14 million. This bridge was damaged by the Hurricane Maria and has affected road users who drive along the EO-Libla Highway on a daily basis. This project will surely provide employment opportunities for the young people of my constituency. Work will also commence on the rehabilitation of the Layu Valley Road. I assure the residents of the Layu Valley and the farmers in this area that I have been listening to their pleas, and I assure them that after discussions with the Honorable Minister of Finance, work will begin within this financial year on the section of the road between Hillsborough Bridge and the York Valley Bridge. Resurfacing of the portion between the Warner Junction to the York Valley Bridge will also be done. Additionally, the feeder roads in this area, such as the Gould, Krong, and Atley feeder roads, will be repaired under the Road Maintenance Program of the Ministry of Public Works and the Digital Economy. Mr. Speaker, the constituents of the St. Joseph, the people of the St. Joseph constituency are excited about the backyard garden introduced by this government. Many have already started to harvest small quantities to feed their families. Yesterday, you heard the parliamentary representative from Granby mention the progress that his community is making with regards to the strawberry planting and other short-term crops. This falls on the government's overall food security agenda and supports another element to short-term farming, where communities are beginning to look at crops that grow best in a particular area. The constituency of St. Joseph will adopt a similar backyard gardening program in the months ahead, with the support of my colleague from Granby and the technical team at the Chinese Agricultural Station to ensure that we take advantage of free seedlings, fertilizer, and the technical know-how which is available to us.
Honorable Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, just what several farmers from the St. Joseph constituency has already benefited from the Dominica Labour Party government-initiated World Bank agricultural project. They were provided with inputs, and some have already received the cash components of the project. And government continues to help our small farmers with inputs. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, sorry. I am done. Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned before, the emergency shelter at Layu will also serve as a resource center. As we speak, several skills training packages are being developed for the people of the St. Joseph constituency. This includes a training to be done with our young fisher folks in the area. The Fisheries Division is working with the Youth Division, and very soon training will begin. The fisherfolks in this area will also benefit from several packages being prepared to help them improve their facilities. Mr. Speaker, the young people of the St. Joseph constituency continue to benefit from interventions by this government in education. The new Early Childhood Education Center is a welcome addition to the Bells Primary School. This year, we expect an increased number of children to register as we promote the importance of early education. Students will continue to benefit from uniforms and book assistance from the Ministry of Education. Even more impressive is the commitment of government to provide students with devices as we embrace that they are necessary for a digital learning platform. Several young people have already benefited from government scholarships, and these young people will return to contribute to our economy. Mr. Speaker, as I end, I want to once again place on record how proud I am to be part of this Roosevelt-Skerrit-led Labour Party administration. I feel empowered to be part, front and center, to be together with such great minds in an era where people who are looking to migrate are considering Dominica as one of the top destinations. I thank the people of the St. Joseph constituency for affording me this opportunity to represent them in this honorable house. I thank God for the ability to serve with humility. And I thank my family, my husband, my children, my mother, all my family and friends for their patience and understanding. Mr. Speaker, I fully support this 2020-2021 budget. Thank you.
I recognize the Honorable Member for Roseau Central, Mrs. Melissa Popon-Skerrit. Please deliver.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to give my unequivocal and unconditional support to the estimates and revenues for an expenditure presented in this Honorable House on Tuesday by the Honorable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, once again, the Minister of Finance and the team have been able to bring a budget before this Parliament that is not just about balancing figures, but it's about balancing people's lives. As the representative of the people of Roseau Central, I must say that these new programs, projects, and incentives give us a renewed hope. This government has shown through the management of the pandemic, as has been done before, that people will always be at the center of everything that it does. The projections for the next fiscal period reflect a strategic repositioning of the economy to be able to adapt to a new normal and a digital future. This government is committed to reducing poverty and empowering people. Its continued commitment to building homes, education, health, and the promotion of a digital economy leaves us in Roseau Central reassured that we will be part of this new dynamic Dominica. If what has been done in the last few months is any indication, we know that we in Rosa Central will continue to get our fair share of the pie. And Mr. Speaker, I am particularly pleased about this government's continued commitment to the cause of women and children. Even before being sent to this House by the voters of Rosa Central, my personal work among women and children has been a focus of my adult life. And Mr. Speaker, even during the most challenging times, I have never ceased to assist the elderly and specifically single mothers with infants. As a parliamentary representative, I continue to support the various charitable efforts which pleasingly supplement the many policies and actions of the central government. This government has indeed showed how nimble and how able it is to adjust in the face of these unpredicted challenges that have been thrown up by this pandemic, something that no one foresaw in just a few months ago, and a development that has upended the entire world. But thanks to the policies and the creativity of this administration and the leadership of the Prime Minister, Dominica has been kept afloat. I stand here in full support of the 2020-2021 budget because this government is offering solutions rather than excuses. It is offering direction where there are complaints. And crucially, it is offering hope in a time when it would have been very easy to bow to cynicism. The $74 million and the enormity of the task on this package for education is not just solid money for the sector, but it is a down payment on hope. The $60 million on health is not just money put in the well-being of the people, it is also a down payment on hope. The $75 million it has allocated to invest it into a digital economy shows that we are building an economy ready for the new era. Mr. Speaker, everyone that I have spoke to regarding the budget expected cuts in expenditure. They never expected such a generous budget. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, as I said from the very onset, that on behalf of the people of Rosa Central, I support this brilliantly crafted and well thought out budget. Mr. Speaker, this is my first budget debate as the representative of Rosa Central. And so, I want to again publicly thank the people of my constituency for the faith that they have shown in me and to thank them for their unwavering support. While a solid majority of people worked hard in ensuring that I get here, I am proud to stand as the representative of all the people in my constituency. I am proud to say that all have been touched by this government. At a time when people were too afraid to venture outside, Mr. Speaker, we delivered care packages with agricultural produce, even fresh fish, to every single house in the Rosa Central constituency. Mr. Speaker, the journey to becoming Parle Rep was indeed one of the most satisfying experiences of my life, and the faith that the people have reposed in me is indeed truly humbling. My stewardship has started in a time of challenge, but also, Mr. Speaker, I see it as a time of opportunity. Rosa Central is very much part of this team that will take its rightful place in building the dynamic Dominica that we speak about. The work of this government in the past 7 short months and the proposal put before this House for the next budgetary cycle shows the promotion of dynamic Dominica, that it was not just an empty campaign slogan glossed in a put in a glossy manifesto, Mr. Speaker, but it is indeed a true act of commitment and seriousness. The foundation for achieving the goals are solidly laid here in the budgetary proposals. And from the point of view of my constituency, we are particularly heartened by this government's commitment to urban renewal. And for the next 12 months, Mr. Speaker, will just be another phase in our commitment to transforming Roseau into becoming a signature city in the Eastern Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, I will now zero in on my constituency. Roseau Enhancement Project. Mr. Speaker, the Roseau Enhancement Project commenced last fiscal year with the rehabilitation of the section of Riverbank. And during this coming year, God willing, we will see the construction of a bypass road running from east to west along the southern border of the Botanic Gardens. Part of the vision of this government is to undertake the transformation of the Botanic Garden into an oasis of safety, calm, and beauty for all to enjoy. With the construction of the bypass road, we will be able to make the Botanic Gardens vehicle-free. The construction of a two-way bypass road will also significantly reduce traffic congestion in the city. Mr. Speaker, in this financial year, a 140-meter wall will be constructed along the southern bank of the Roseau River between the E.C. Low Black Bridge and the Goodwill Link Road Bridge. This will not only enhance the aesthetics of the city, but it will complete the southern river defense walls, mitigating against the risk of flooding in the city. And I say to my people of Riverbank, once this wall is constructed, you will no doubt be much safer and sleep much better during the hurricane season. Mr. Speaker, the newly completed Roseau River Promenade is just another example of government in action. It not only enhances the aesthetics of the city, but it provides avenues for commerce with the installation of vending stalls. This area will continue to provide business opportunities for ordinary people, and for many people in Roseau, they will no doubt take advantage of the opportunity presented. The streets of Roseau, Mr. Speaker, are also being resurfaced. In fact, if you drive through the main arteries in Roseau, like King George V Street, Kennedy Avenue, and Victoria Street and High Street, you would have noticed that many of the streets have already been resurfaced. And Mr. Speaker, you would also be remiss of me not to mention the newly resurfaced roads in the Roseau North constituency. Dupany Lane, Rose Street, Downing Gap, Hummingbird Avenue. Mr. Speaker, I traverse this area quite often, and I must say that that constituency has some of the best roads in Dominica. Once again, Mr. Speaker, it is a sign of a government in action for all of its people. And as the Minister of Finance reported, over $4 million have been spent on the resurfacing of road, and more have been budgeted for the next cycle. This is indeed a government in action for all its people. Small business loans. Mr. Speaker, we were already on an upward trajectory of development when COVID-19 came upon us. I've never experienced a pandemic of this magnitude before, and as a business person, I can say that this is one of your worst nightmares. The coronavirus outbreak caused a global economic shutdown with devastating impacts, especially in the small business sector. But Mr. Speaker, we here in Dominica have been able to defy the odds. Successful small businesses remain an integral part of economic growth, and government recognizes that. And this is why many business owners were able to secure loans at the Aid Bank and provide an instant cash injection into their business at a low rate of 1%. Mr. Speaker, many of my constituents and that of the Roseau North constituency have already benefited from this loan, and they are very grateful. This cash injection has no doubt curbed the impacts of COVID-19 on our economy, and it has served as a saving grace for many of these small business owners during trying times. Mr. Speaker, this small business loan program is one fundamental example of a government eager and prepared not just to give a handout, but to give a hand up. 30 million for 3 years at 1%. If anyone can tell me anywhere in the Caribbean where this is being offered to small businesses, I will ask my husband, I will ask the Prime Minister to double that. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, while the rest of the world is shutting down multi-million-dollar corporations and hundreds of companies file for bankruptcy, right here in Dominica, a developing country, we are paddling steadily, and we can safely keep our heads above the rising waters, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, businesses are expanding. New online stores are emerging. And I speak about the new massive supercenters. Lately, you've seen Do It Center, S-Mart, Fresh Market, and more recently, you've seen Jolly's mega retail and wholesale store center in the Roseau area. This, Mr. Speaker, is a testimony of a growing economy. All creating new job opportunities and a demonstration of confidence in the economy. Mr. Speaker, we are not satisfied to just talk the talk about empowerment, but our policies and actions make it clear that we are walking the walk. And behind all of these assistance and incentives are people's stories of lifting themselves up and pushing themselves forward and out of poverty. Roseau River Promenade. Mr. Speaker, additionally, we are pleased to report that the keys have been handed over to 16 small business owners for the kiosks on the Roseau River Promenade and Charles Avenue. All countries must have a proud and vibrant city, and this is why investment in the millions was spent in the development of this new scenic promenade. Money well spent that will certainly stir the small business sector. It will provide new jobs and new business ventures for 16 new entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, this promenade will be a spectacle once opened, a place of excitement, a place to tantalize your taste buds. I anticipate that this will be the new hotspot in the city. Careful consideration was given in order to offer a variety of foods and to attract the traveling foodie, because we must promote what is unique to us. And that's why I'm pleased to announce that we'll showcase our Creole cuisine. And our first stall, I'm pleased to announce Backyard Bacchanal, will promote exquisite Creole cuisine and local delicacies. And Mr. Speaker, if you take 2 steps down from Backyard Bacchanal, you will meet Langford's Barbecue Bar and Grill. Mr. Langford has been vending on the roadside of Cock Street for years. But now, for the first time, Mr. Speaker, he will now have his first business place and be able to provide for his customers. And Mr. Speaker, if you take 2 steps down, you will meet the famous Popeyes ice cream. I'm sure the children of Roseau North missed running to the ice cream truck. That was damaged with Hurricane Maria. But now, Mr. Speaker, Popeye's ice cream is ready to bounce back. And Mr. Speaker, if you take 2 steps down, you will meet our very own Iron Chef. Her previous restaurant was closed down after Tropical Storm Erica, but she will now be given the opportunity to present an international cuisine, the first Mexican cuisine in Roseau. And Mr. Speaker, if you take 2 more steps down, you will meet Rasta Delectables. It's famous for tasty vegan meals and catering to the exquisite taste buds of Rastafarians. This entrepreneur worked out of his home kitchen, Mr. Speaker, and for the first time, he will now have his first business place, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I am excited. I have to tell this story because if you take 2 steps down, this is a story worth telling, Mr. Speaker. You will be greeted by a wide smile of this new entrepreneur. This one is a touching story because years ago, Mr. Speaker, when this woman worked under the Member of Parliament of the Marigot constituency, Mr. Linton, while going through her struggles of raising 4 children, she was single-handedly victimized by the member. He even went a step further and he said to her that you shall never eat bread again. And he did ensure that she suffered. Mr. Speaker, she had to leave her children in Dominica and she had to run from Dominica to survive. But today, Mr. Speaker, in 2020, she's able to return home, reunite with her children, and own a business and be in a safe environment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thanks to this Labour Party government. Mr. Speaker, there are many more stalls, specializing in local Creole cuisine, but I don't want to take away the surprise element. And so I am confident that this restaurant hub will no doubt pique the interest of the food traveler who will bring foodies to Dominica and introduce them to our Nature Isle Creole cuisine. The river promenade is for the old, for the young, for couples, for family, for children, for visitors.
10 more minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the honourable member for the Roseau Central constituency be given an additional 15 minutes to complete a presentation on the budget debate.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Popon Skerrit receive an additional 15 minutes. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you.
Honorable Popon Skerrit, I did not want to say Skerrit because people might think he's getting too much time. So Popon Skerrit, you have an additional 15 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I would like to invite everyone to come and discover the Roseau River Promenade, as I have no doubt that this area will be buzzing and bubbling. This area will also accommodate entertainment, small live performances and local artists, and spaces for families to gather and enjoy themselves. Mr. Speaker, when I met with the new business owners last week, I made a promise that we would further step it up a notch and offer free, accessible Wi-Fi to everyone who visits the promenade. Mr. Speaker, Roseau Central is keeping up with the world, and we are going to compete with the best, and we are going to remain ahead of the rest. Housing. Mr. Speaker, the government remains steadfast on its commitment to providing comfortable housing for the residents of Roseau Central. And I am pleased that as a first-time PAL rep, that which I promised last year during the election campaign is now manifesting right before our eyes. I am happy to report that despite the hiccups of COVID-19, construction of the state-of-the-art apartment complex on Upper Riverbank, opposite the grammar school, has commenced. This will include 51 new apartments and 8 commercial spaces. I am also pleased to announce that a section of the Pong area is currently being cleared with the intention of starting a first phase of the new apartment complex. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to the opposition for the past few days, and they seem to be obsessed, they seem to be fascinated with the number 64. 64, 64, that's all I keep hearing for the past 3 days. But Mr. Speaker, I want to fascinate them further with 64 new luxurious apartments coming to the Pong area. Mr. Speaker, when I give my commitment to a task, I give it my best shot. I do it well. I give them something good to talk about. The look and feel of our city apartments will be like no other that you have seen in Dominica, because I believe that any great city must be sacred, safe, have vitality, and be attractive. This block will also have 12 commercial shops. Mr. Speaker, no longer shall Pong be called Pond, because as we elevate the standard of living of the people with high-quality residences, we shall now refer to this area as the Roseau City Square. We have deliberately included commercial spaces at the apartment complexes because we know that for many small businesses, rent is a cost which these small businesses have a major challenge. And Mr. Speaker, this government has spent millions in the Roseau area renovating and enhancing the living quarters of many families. When driving through Roseau, one will notice multiple concrete structures under construction, and that is the work of this government. Mr. Speaker, this Dominica Labour Party government will never give up its boxing gloves in the fight against poverty. Allow me to give an example of the transformation of lives, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a lady by the name of Hazel in the Roseau North constituency. She was unemployed for some time. She had 5 children. She was divorced. She was left to live in a shed, separated from her children because it was not fit to house them. For years, Mr. Speaker. But today, Mr. Speaker, with the intervention of this government, Hazel is now living happily in a 3-bedroom, climate-resilient house. After years of separation from her children, she has reunited with them as she's now able to provide a safe and comfortable home for them. And Mr. Speaker, last week I was invited to the dedication of her newly constructed home. And she said that when she would share her dreams with people about owning a home, they would laugh and they would belittle her and they would say to her, "But who are you to have a house?" She would stay silent and she would just bow her head, Mr. Speaker. But today, she can walk with her head high in her community, Mr. Speaker. And she says, and I quote her, "What this government has done for me has given me an elevation of spirit, an elevation of character, and an elevation of status." And Mr. Speaker, this is what this Labour Party government is about, taking each and every one of us to the next level. And so, we did not sing in vain last election when we chanted our anthem, Dreams of brighter days. Aha, aha. Mr. Speaker, we sang, we decreed, and we claimed our blessings to come, and this Labour Party government delivered. Even in my short time as a politician, over 101 homes have been constructed and renovated, Mr. Speaker. And I really have to say thanks to the director of my housing team, Pastor Samuel Augustine. It is because of his passion for people and his distinct work ethic that we are able to touch the lives of so many in such little time. Education. Mr. Speaker, our youth today are privileged to have a government which places strong emphasis on education. When I listen to students from other islands, they lament how they would envy the Dominican students who were debt-free because their government, this government, invested in their education. Their government, on the other hand, did not provide free education, and so their families had to come together to obtain a loan, which they would be responsible for upon completion of their degree. So these students, Mr. Speaker, would begin life in debt. Mr. Speaker, under this Labour Party government, many have obtained bachelor's degrees as well as master's degrees. Many students have returned home debt-free and are now employed within the public and private sector. And even those who have taken additional loans will now get further reduction by 40% covered by this government. Many return with work experience and skill set which have aided them to becoming self-made entrepreneurs. Mr. Speaker, this government has been able to offer capable students from impoverished backgrounds an opportunity to make an important contribution to society. And this is the visionary plan of this government. This is a testimony to the care and the thought that this government has placed into the lives of its citizens. My only caution to parents and students who benefit from the government's education policies is that they must not take this for granted. As we move to the digital economy, digital learning and digital life, we move a step further to empower our high school and our college students with devices. Mr. Speaker, I have been able as PAL Rep to secure the donation of new laptops to be delivered to all my secondary school students and all my college students. This will be distributed way before school reopens in September. And Mr. Speaker, even as we speak, my office is busy preparing for the upcoming school year. Textbooks are being given out already. Preparation for school uniforms, school shoes, transportation fees are well underway. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, through the Melissa Skerritt Foundation, under the yearly Adopt a Child Back to School program, hundreds of children in the Roseau Central constituency will receive free school bags and supplies and scholarships. Mr. Speaker, with the favor of God, I am anticipating that this time I will be able to extend this gesture to other constituencies. Employment. Mr. Speaker, in a time when unemployment is at an all-time high in the rest of the world, this government is still able to provide jobs and opportunities for its people. Over 86 people in Roseau Central are employed under the NEP program. The emergence of the new businesses provides hundreds of jobs. The massive housing revolution has seen not only the sustainability of jobs, but the training of skilled individuals. In Roseau Central, you are already seeing the transformation, and that is because our people are hard at work. Mr. Speaker, someone is doing the painting, someone is cleaning the streets, someone is tiling, someone is doing the construction on multiple homes, someone is cooking for the homeless, someone is doing the electrical, someone is driving the truck, someone is doing the beautification, someone is working in a private firm, someone is working in the public sector. Someone has been empowered to create jobs for herself and for others. Mr. Speaker, As my housing program expands within the next few weeks, additional jobs in all areas of construction will become available. I am also pleased to announce that multiple jobs within the hospitality sector will soon be presented. Mr. Speaker, we are bringing a multi-million-dollar luxury boutique hotel right here in the city of Roseau. The Grand Anse Holdings Limited, a Dominican-owned and registered company, has been granted approval to develop a 66-room luxury boutique hotel right here in the city of Roseau Central. Mr. Speaker, this new 4-star quality hotel will offer many benefits to the Dominican economy. It will improve lives through economic and social transformation, particularly the residents of the city. This project is also expected to enhance skills and to create jobs in culinary arts and hospitality. Opportunities will be created for our farmers, for our fisher folks, for the waitresses, chefs, cleaners, bartenders, security, construction workers, hotel maintenance, administrative positions. Mr. Speaker, you will also see the expansion of the Fortune Hotel. 100 new rooms are currently under construction. More job opportunities to come for the people. So stay tuned, my people, there is more to come. Sports. Mr. Speaker, our young men and our young women yearn to engage in more sporting activities in the city. And this is why we place special emphasis on the construction of a tennis court, basketball court, small goal football, and soon to be added to the list, a boxing ring. Mr. Speaker, I could not have this new sporting area without including something for the children. And this is why a child-friendly section with playground equipment will also be part of this new sporting square. At the Windsor Park Sports Stadium, we have already upgraded to international standards. A new electronic scoreboard is on island and is ready to be installed. Mr. Speaker, we are more than ready to host International Cricket 2021. Mr. Speaker, Roseau is well on its way to becoming a modern commercial and economic center, serving not only the residents of Dominica, but with a greater appeal to persons in our neighboring islands of Guadeloupe and Martinique. And we have taken the first step into making Roseau the natural, cultural, economic, and entertainment link to our neighbors. Because it is to our shores that they will bring visiting friends and relatives for a taste of our culture. Mr. Speaker, this government is meticulously crafting a new smart city, and that makeover has already begun. The new water project will ensure improved access to clean and reliable water supply to residents and businesses. The new streetlight project will give life and light to our transformations. The creation of urban gardens on abandoned lots will offer an instant facelift to our streets. The new signage and street signs will bring greater appreciation for our city and enhance the look and feel. Mr. Speaker, as you heard, we have recycled bins coming to every household in the city. You heard the Minister of Health speak about our health center. We are not just going to refurbish the current structure. We are building a brand new health center in Roseau. Mr. Speaker, our farmers benefited tremendously from the Ministry of Agriculture with the distribution of seeds, seedlings, and fertilizer. And I have to thank the Chinese government for showing us new modern-day farming techniques, because this is particularly important to Roseau Central, because unlike other constituencies, we don't have the backyards and the extra farmlands. And so my people are engaging in vertical farming and rooftop farming. Mr. Speaker, work is being done on the fisheries in Roseau to allow for proper storage and packaging of fish. And I would like to appeal to my fisher folks to get ready, because with our new hotels in the city, there will be a steady demand for fish. Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would like to thank my colleague members of Parliament for the support and the encouragement that they have given to me in the last few months. I also want to pay special tribute to the members of my constituency, my team leaders, and all the workers and volunteers who have overseen a lot of the work that we are doing in Roseau Central. And I have to say special thanks to Sonia Felix for keeping our streets clean and beautiful at all times. Mr. Speaker, no matter what, can be rain, sun, shine, flood, hurricane, protests, fire, COVID, Sahara dust, our streets are always clean and nothing deters her and her team. To the people of my constituency and to many who offer their encouragement and prayers, I say thank you. To Mr. Ian Monroe and Mrs. Alison Southwell, the mama and the papa of Roseau, I want to say thank you for your unwavering support and your guidance. Mr. Speaker, we see representation as doing the Lord's work. We are sent here to represent all people, but particularly the poor and the vulnerable, and that we shall continue to do. We take heed of what is said in Proverbs, that whoever is kind to the poor lends to the Lord, and he will reward them for what they have done. But the truth is, Mr. Speaker, Labour is not helping the poor for any reward. We are doing this because we care for the people. We are doing this because we have love for the people. And so we shall be continued to be inspired by the work we get to do for every woman, every man, and every child, for the weak and for the marginalized, for the boys on the block who yearn for better alternatives. The things we have been able to do in the first 7 months through the grace of God and the support of the people are just a tip of the iceberg. And I am determined more than ever to use this opportunity as a force for good. And I am confident, as we had been in the beginning of this journey, that through our collective efforts, we shall see the betterment for all of the people of Roseau Central. To my constituents who are listening, listening on the radio, TV, on Facebook, I say thank you for the support. And I leave you with these 3 words: expect to rise. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, I recognize the Honorable Catherine Daniel, member for the Collioure constituency. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2020 is a year that will be forever etched in our minds. A year that we will always refer to as a year where we obtain strength and survival. Dominica has experienced and is still experiencing its fair share of trials, natural as well as man-made. And now, something neither this country nor the world ever expected or imagined: the dreaded COVID-19 pandemic. It's amidst these situations that this 2021 budget is crafted under the overarching cloud of COVID-19, a pandemic which has brought with it a social and financial nightmare. However, with our strength, expertise, patriotism, and leadership from a blessed and dedicated government, we are faring very well. Mr. Speaker, our last case of the COVID-19 pandemic was diagnosed on the 2nd of June. Today, we're in the 31st of July. And so, we have to give God thanks and praise. We are not out of the woods, for once there is COVID, there is a chance for the spread. Let us therefore remain focused and continue to follow the protocols that are given to us. Let us take the advice of the Ministry of Health and the people who knows about this pandemic, who has been guiding us through this so successfully. Mr. Speaker, we must in no way forget that the history of this Labour Party government is premised on triumph over all tribulations which are sent our way. We are a resilient government leading a resilient people. In dealing with a history of tribulations, Erica, Maria, it's amazing, Mr. Speaker, that a budget to benefit and uplift citizens is presented in this 2020-2021 financial year. Mr. Speaker, our neighbors have to cut back. First world countries have cut back. But this government is taking a step forward, leading its people on a path towards a resilient, dynamic Dominica. Mr. Speaker, in August of 2019, this country was dedicated to God, rededicated to God. Mr. Speaker, it was no accident. Many prayers and many messages were received that God needed this country to himself, and that if we did not rededicate this country, we would suffer the consequences. It was no matter how many people we could find, but this activity had to take place. The messages did not only come from Dominica, it came from as far as Canada, Trinidad, people sending messages to us. And so I just thank God so much for having obeyed, for this government having taken the stance and having obeyed what was directed to us. Mr. Speaker, we are a government with deep faith in God. And it is with this deeply rooted faith in the Almighty that success is achieved. And so we are indeed striving for this success. One poet describes success this way, Mr. Speaker. Now that we have Black Lives Matter, I do not want to call the name of the poet, but his words were it describes success very well for us. Success is failure turned inside out, a silver tint in a cloud of doubt. So you must have ups and downs, and therein lies our determination. Mr. Speaker, I stand to make my contribution to this budget as the parliamentary representative of the Coliho constituency, comprising of the beautiful villages and loving villages of Coliho, Dubla, and Bioche. I am happy to serve my people, and I thank them wholeheartedly for allowing me to be here and consistently pledging their support to me and to this Labour Party government. They are the reason for my strength and determination. Determination to look after their interests in this honorable house. And so I am committed to serving my people. I am thankful, however, for the interventions that my constituency is carded to receive in this new budget, 2020-21 project. One of the interventions is the bridge in the Dubla area, mashed up by Hurricane Maria. Mr. Speaker, just recently, the Minister of Public Works and the Digital Economy and his staff visited the constituency to assess some areas of concern. Mr. Speaker, the people were very elated by this, the concern that we had for them. And we did a walk throughout the communities of Koliho, Biosh, and Dubla. To date, Mr. Speaker, some of the things that the minister saw, they worked on it immediately because of the hurricane season. Blockage of a culvert. For a long time, it was there since after Maria, and with speed, lightning speed, I must say, equipment was sent there to unblock. So the people are now feeling safe because the water coming from that area could easily wash down some houses in the Dubla area. And so, Mr. Minister of Digital, Public Works and Digital, I thank you so very, very much. Such a humble soul, such an honest soul, such a brave soul. Thank you so much. And Mr. Speaker, when you see these young people with this kind of commitment and genuine concern for development, you know that Dominica is in safe hands. Mr. Speaker, we also visited some blockage on the Biosh Highway. Again, with quick speed, work was done. We spoke to the person causing the disturbance. And Mr. Speaker, it's how you speak to people, how you speak to them. And immediately, by the next 2 days we passed, the work was already cleared, partially cleared. Then they completed the work so that the blockage of the drain will not affect the village. Because as you drive on this highway, you can see a house there which was affected by Maria, and it was because of the blockage of the drain that the water went down, and it's right now, nobody can go and live in this house. And so, again, thank you to Public Works, and thank you to the Prime Minister, because it was on his initiative that these things took place. Mr. PM, thank you so very much. And so, with this, I can assure the people of Dubla that provision has been made in this year's budget for the erection of the bridge in Dubla, a long-awaited intervention. They call your playing field. Mr. Speaker, work started on this playing field. We have some quarries working down in our constituency. This playing field would have been completed, but we got the promise from one person that they would take over the development of the playing field. And so we have waited, we've been waiting, and they keep telling us to wait. But I'm proud and happy to see that in this year's budget, an allocation has been made for the renovation or the uplifting of that playing field. And for this, we are very happy. Our constituency has no doubt contributed to the sporting history and legacy of Dominica. We are a constituency with great sporting talent. And while we wait upon the most modern sporting complex in the Caribbean, our skills will be sharpened in our community to dominate and expose Dominica's great talent. But the community playing fields must measure up, and so we are hoping that consideration will be given to the upgrading of the Dubla playing field. But I must at this time thank Mr. Glenn Etienne and FIFA because they too have placed some work in the Dubla playing field. They have expended in the amount of $91,000 to upgrade the pavilion, the downstairs. In fact, today, work was going on down there. They were putting up some sitting areas for the players. They have fenced the area. They have put light in the area. So a lot has been done. We are thankful for that. But there's still more to be done. Rome was not built in a day, but it was built. And so we are very thankful. Mr. Etienne, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, do you know that almost half of the members of the national football team hails from Dubla? That cricket was our strength. So we are the mecca of sports. In spite of the facility that you see, I think Mr. Blackmore will have to send some of his people to be trained down there so that they can fit into the Blackmore's Coliseum that's been built. And at this juncture, I would really like to congratulate the Dubla football team, the Rounders team, and all cricketers who continue to make our community proud. Some of them are on the Windward Islands team, and so on. We are proud people for sporting when it comes to that. PM, we also want to thank you, the Honorable Minister of Finance, for your assistance given to cover the mini pavilion. But there's more to be done, but they have covered it. The money was utilized, and it looks very great. So thank you very much on behalf of the Dubla people. So we are looking forward to the completion where we'll put sitting arrangements, but we have to stick to the budget. But I'm just giving notice that, as I said, we could talk, and you are open to discussion. So I'm just putting you on notice. As expressed by the Prime Minister, the government persevered with continuing its housing program. The Collier constituency has not been left out, and Platmapia housing is nearing completion of 10 units at a total cost of $2.9 million, of which $2.7 million has been expended to date, and the completion of these units is just a breath away. These units were first Petro-Carib units carried away by Maria, and so we had to the government had to find its resources to give, to bring back these houses and build a proper housing for the people of Collier. They are very patient. I've asked them to be patient, and they are waiting patiently. Every day, they have already received letters of commitment, so that is something they know they are going to receive. The 10 people, they visit there every day. And what is happening now is that they are building these soakaways so that it can be connected, and then we will move into the houses. In November of 2019, government promised further expansion of this development, this Platmapia development, and I know that for this government, the Labour Party government, a promise made is a promise kept. I implore my people to look to Romans 8:25, and I will quote, "But if we hope for what we do not see, we hope for it with patience." I'll read that again. "But if we hope for what we do not see, we hope for it with patience." And so I ask my people to exercise patience. By September of this year, the downstairs part, the second floor of the Platmapia housing will commence. We may not be able to complete everything, but there is plans to commence the second apartment so that more people can be exposed. And it's not just for Collier people. It's for the people of Collier, Dubla, and Bioche. And we are targeting vulnerable people. The time will come when others will get. But for now, we are taking the most vulnerable and giving them that level of comfort. Mr. Speaker, in the area of health, let me start by thanking the frontline workers, the Ministry of Health personnel of the government of Dominica, ably led by Honorable Dr. Irvin McIntyre, for their proactive stance in dealing with COVID-19. May God bless you all. We thank and salute you. Mr. Speaker, I was very scared when I heard the leader of the opposition. I didn't hear him directly, but I was told that he said how many people were going to die out of the COVID, and I know I was in that vulnerable group. Mr. Speaker, I was scared. And because then I realized, but wait a minute, I had to literally hit myself and say, snap out of it. Snap out of this thing. Because, Mr. Speaker, it was a frightening thing. And then when I said snap out of it, I had to remind myself that this was his opinion. And so I rest assured. Mr. Speaker, having listened to the Minister of Health, we can rest assured that the health of Dominica is in good hands, is in safe hands. Thank you so much. The Colliho Health Center. Mr. Speaker, if Colliho was a community where land was readily available, we would today be speaking of completion of our health center. But options are limited, and thus the delay. Mr. Speaker, this government is on a drive to ensure that health is easily accessible to all citizens, as good health is one of the most valuable gifts of life. And so, in spite of the roadblocks we encountered, we have persevered, and Colliho will receive its health facility. We could have obtained the land because an area was identified in Colliho for the building of the health center belonging to a family. The government could have gone in and obtained the land by compulsory acquisition. And to the Colliho people who are listening, to the members of the constituent, what this means is that government has the power to acquire private land without the willing consent of the owner to benefit the society. But again, you're dealing with a caring government. This land belonged to a family, though they're in a house, but when you spoke to the family, they had some sentimental value. And it would take a beast not to understand the state in which the family was. And so the government had to abandon that plan and go back to the original plan. So right now, the situation with that health center, negotiations have been completed. We are going back to the original site. And, Mr. Speaker, the horizon is bright. So just again, be patient. Mr. Speaker, in my constituency, the National Employment Program is flourishing there. Currently, under the National Employment Program, there are 82 interns, 25 males, 57 females. These young persons are engaged under the various components of the program: cleanup and beautification, caregiving, mentorship, micro-business assistance, both in the private and public sector. Mr. Speaker, on a monthly basis, government expends $51,934.34 to cover stipends for these people. And the government remains committed in ensuring that no matter what, individuals will have an opportunity to earn an honest wage. Mr. Speaker, I heard on the other side that the amount allocated for the NEP has gone down. But Mr. Speaker, that's the premise on which the NEP was based. That you would young people with no skills, because every job that is advertised, they want experience. So the government saw that a lot of young people were handicapped as a result of that. And then, though they may have had the qualification, but the part which says that they need experience was not there. So the government had to come up with an idea of how do we help these people. So it was like a transitionary program where you would come in, get the skills, and then when you apply for a job, then you would have the experience to go with it, and then you could get, taken into the job. And so government partnered with some private sector. Some of the program is like 50-50, where the private sector pays half, or any institution pays half, the government pays half. And so this partnering has been going on. So when I heard of the reduction, we should be jumping up. This means that the program is working, because many of these people seem to be absorbed in permanent jobs. And that is why the thing, so we have to analyze the situation, and that is it is serving its purpose. It is serving its purpose. And so I just want to speak to some of the NEPs. You need to appreciate. No one will meet you on the street and tell you at the end of the month and tell you, oh, you're walking down, look $600, look $800, look $1,000. No one. And when people want to bash the program, they will not help you. In fact, some of them will want you to contribute to all kinds of things that they have. And this is not right. So you have to know what you are doing, who you are listening to, and to know that when this government puts something in place to assist you, it is meant for your good. We do not want to take from people. We just want to make their lives better. Mr. Speaker, in the area of agriculture and fishing, my constituency is a fishing and farming constituency. The main source of my income, of my people's income. The government has pledged its commitment to working with fisher folk. The Dubla Fishing Group and a group from Colio have received substantial assistance from the government. In fact, the Dubla Fishing Group, they have completed their building, aided by the government. They got over $86,000 to help them in that venture. They got some engine, a boat, so that those without a boat or engine could use it, go out for the day, do their catch, and come back until they were able to buy their own things. There is a $67 million emergency agricultural livelihood and climate resilient project whereby farmers will obtain technical support. Many have benefited from the seedlings already, and many of the fisher folks in my community have benefited from some of the things, some of these goodies that has been granted by this government. And as one member was saying this morning, it's not the World Bank project, it's the government's project funded by the World Bank. The World Bank does not sit down and plan a project for you and come and tell you, look at the money. You have to go to them with the plans. Mr. Speaker, fisher folk in the constituency have already received boats and engines, as reported by the Ministry of Agriculture. 1 boat and 1 engine in Colio, 3 boats and 3 engines in Bioche and Dubla. For this, we are very thankful. However, these vibrant fishing communities are faced with 2 major problems: landing and ice issues, like some other communities. Mr. PM, the Dubla and Colio communities have been asking for the erection of a jetty. It's difficult for them when they come off the seas. I have to applaud the Dubla fishing sector, the people from Dubla, Mr. Speaker. These are people, not because fish is in abundance now, but these are fishermen who have donated fish to the hospital, to the schools, to the elderly. They give back. They receive, but they give back. And so I really want to applaud them, because I don't think you find that everywhere. And you will be blessed by it. Mr. Speaker, I'll speak to the land transfer fees as placed in the budget. I must implore my people to take the opportunity, the young people, to secure their future by registering their properties. For a limited period of a year, the fees to register land has been reduced by half. Having one own title is key to ownership. We know the many problems that people face.
Honorable Daniel, 5 more minutes.
Just 5 more.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the Honorable Parliamentary Representative be granted an additional 10 minutes to complete her contribution to the national debate.
It has been moved and seconded that the Honorable Catherine Daniel be given an additional 10 minutes. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Honorable Catherine Daniel, you are extended an additional 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Having one's title is key to ownership. We know what's happening with titles now. For example, my parents, they had land paper and no title. And that's a difference. So now that the government has placed this measure in the budget, I think that people should take that opportunity. Those of you whose parents have left land for you, those of you who have no title, please find a surveyor, survey your land, register your land, and make use of this measure which is placed in this 2020 budget. Very important. The Labour Party believes that every Dominican should own a piece of Dominica. For the first time, the government is giving $10,000, a further step to empower young people to build or purchase land. Where else will you find that? Who else, which other government ever thought of that? Young people, this is your time. This is your time. Please take advantage of that. Many have been asking for a reduction of taxes on the importation of material, but we know what has happened in the past. And so to be more impactful, allowing the measure to reach those most in need, the young people under 40 who have never owned land or a home have this great opportunity now. Embrace it. Mr. Speaker, I need to thank Honorable Cozier in his ministry for the community roads. Most of our roads, 95% of our roads in the communities of Collioure, Dublin, Bioche are complete. We only have about 2 or 3 roads left. And again, it's the government initiative to enhance the beauty of the rural communities. And then under this project, we are carded to receive assistance. I won't say how many roads, or if it's 1 road or 2 roads, but we are carded, and I'm very, very, very thankful. I'm very thankful to the Public Works people too, Honorable Laville, for your guidance and assistance in such matters. Housing. Mr. Speaker, after Maria, over $2 million was spent in the constituency for the renovation of houses damaged by Maria. We are not complete yet. We are not complete. A hurricane of such magnitude, when people thought that Dominica was finished, some countries have taken years, the Great America, 10 years after Katrina, and people expect us to do everything. I hear people talking about houses still have tarpaulin. What do you expect? We cannot do everything. But let's look at the positive and see how many we have done, what we have produced. You know, we have to look at the positive. We can't just dwell on the negative and say what is not done. What has been done? And then let's compare. Because the balance, if we have to look at what has been done against what has not been done, the balance is that way, heavier on the side of what has been done. Mr. Speaker, we still have a few houses. I've asked my people to be patient. The government is not an insurance agency, but the government is a government that just cares for people. Mr. Speaker, I remember Hurricane David, a young teacher, and what the government that was there, they were helping people. They needed somebody to sign in my constituency I offered myself to sign. And what were they giving people to help them in that devastation? 2 boards and maybe a sheet of galvanized. That's it. You can't even build a side of a house to shelter yourself. And today we are getting whole houses. Houses in excess of $200,000, and we can't be thankful? No, we complaining? No, man, we have to be thankful. Otherwise, we will get our due things from the Lord. The Lord hates an ungrateful person, and we have to be grateful for what we receive. Mr. Speaker, this budget places us back on our feet with the support we need in education, agriculture, health, finance, manufacturing, sports, in fact, all sectors. Good leadership guides this land, and the hope and confidence of our people in this leadership and our deeply rooted faith in God sees us through. We are thankful for that. The path of the future of our country and our citizens is clear. The support is there. We have provided further fuel for the engines of the economy. In an environment of troubled times, this budget echoes the words of strength, development, good health, security, better, dynamic. Let us claim and declare them in Jesus' mighty name. And let us be guided by Galatians 6:9, which states, and let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap if we faint not. Mr. Speaker, may God bless our Prime Minister, may God bless the government, the leadership of this country, may God bless Dominica and protect Dominica. Mr. Speaker, I support this budget full-heartedly with no reservations.
Mr. Speaker, I want to let my friend, the Member of Parliament for Collioure know, and because the Minister is here, that we need to move with speed to start this bridge in Jubla. I think we have designs, we have costings, we need to move quickly with this, Mr. Speaker. And we give a firm commitment to that constituency of our commitment. I move that the House be suspended until what time? 7? Until 7 p.m., Mr. Speaker. 7 p.m. this evening. Right.
It has been moved and seconded that this House be suspended until 7 p.m. Those in favor? Those against? The House stands suspended until 7 p.m.